Hey everybody. Hey Kevin. I don't know why a live announcement didn't go out, but the bot is online. Well, maybe not. Let's see. No. Okay, let me go figure that out because we need that to be the case, huh? I don't have a screen here. Hey Dave. I don't even know what is supposed to be running this thing. Was I supposed to be running this thing? Abbott Web, Abbott Bots, up 34 minutes. Huh, I wonder if there's a problem. Let me check the Docker logs. A3D extended. Oh yeah, a whole bunch of WebSocket timeouts. I probably just need to restart this. Hey, retired Android. Happy Thursday, everybody. I'm not usually streaming on Thursday, but I did not have power for all of yesterday. It was only out for about 24 hours, actually. And let me make sure this isn't going to leak personal information. Give me a sec. Yeah, so this is our power company's website, and customers impacted by the power outage 282,000. The whole area is this red blob. Anyway, we are lucky to be in one of the patches that is now not a red blob. Hey, Beardy. Trying to access it yesterday or 2 days ago and it's down. Yeah, that was because the power was out. Okay, so the bot looks like it's online now. Yeah. But I'm guessing it didn't send out a live notification. No, I'll just manually do that then. Yo, I'm live. Hopefully that sent to the right person. Darn it, hang on a second. I might have accidentally tagged live overflow. I did. Drat. Let's redo that. Hang on a second. What's the role name? Okay. Yeah, I always accidentally tag live overflow and I'm manually doing this because he's in the Discord. I feel bad. It's also hilarious. All right, I gotta update the today command. Um, yeah, so let's kind of get our bearings here for a second because there was a lot going on. Yesterday, I had to move my computer elsewhere. It's a Mac Studio. It's not like I'm moving a laptop. I moved the actual computer and then was able to still do work, but only during daylight hours because we wanted to make it home before it was dark because there were a lot of traffic lights that were out. So I didn't want it to be more dangerous driving. So I got, I don't know, 5.5 hours of work yesterday when probably I would have normally done like 10 to get ready for tomorrow. So that was different. I don't know what changed here. It keeps wanting to insert this line. I want to make sure we're in a good starting state for this. I probably need to reload this whole thing. I don't even recall what I did yesterday. Handle progressing after the dragon. Did I push that? I know I need to update the today command and everything. Yeah, I did. Okay. Also, we just passed 1,000 commits. And another thing, we're going to be updating all the sort of marketing materials for the game. So this is what the game looked like back in Checkpoint 3. The instances had a green border around them. They took up the whole screen. There were, yeah, unstyled dialogues. And now on the itch page, we have the new screenshots. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about this. Let's update the today command. Adam is preparing for the v0.4 launch of Skeleseller. Well, I'll say tomorrow's launch. There'll be some coding and some general prep. He may only stream in the morning depending on what needs to be done and how productive he's being. Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. So, first order of business, PRs. We have a total of 4. One is a proof of concept. So we have 3 we could merge. I'm only going to merge the ones that are quick and important, which for now I think are these 2. and these will hopefully not take very long. Prevent him visually jumping when the content changes. We now have a minimum width of 480. I want to see what this looks like. GHPR list, checkout, 454. Okay, let's launch this. Oh, I don't even have Godot open. Failed to check for updates. Yeah, because my router wasn't online. Man, what woke me up in the middle of the night, because I went to sleep thinking we wouldn't have power for probably the whole weekend. And I woke up at 1:30 in the morning sweating. The reason being that I was really, really bundled up because we didn't have heat. And then we got heat at apparently like 11 p.m. And it took 2.5 hours for the house to get warm enough where I couldn't sleep anymore. But then I also couldn't sleep then because I was just like, oh my God, what does this mean? This means I can launch, blah, blah, blah. I was excited. So I stayed up for like 3 hours and I'm running on very little sleep right now. Ember, thank you for the resub. Why did that not make a sound? Or did that make a sound? Yeah. Welcome back. I believe you resubbed very recently. Part 2, yeah, I was going to say. I'm pretty sure I was just saying this before. Yeah, so this is the dialogue that is now larger so that when we click this button, it doesn't change things completely. I added a bunch of sound effects, so I'm just going to mute this. Yeah, there's no going back in level, I guess, but yeah, this looks good. Okay. Better to have it be wider than it should be for now and still work for everybody than to try to come up with the best size and potential. Whoops. Did I mean to click that? Hey, it says hi there. Hi, Kevin. Okay. Sub anniversary is like 2 to 3 days before my sub runs out, so it lets me announce both. Ah. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to thank you every time it pops up. Because, yeah, I was thinking about it, and I don't think any of what I do that you see me do during streaming, I don't think any of it would be as good if I weren't streaming it. Like, I think that diffusion of ideas, the people who just chime in or, I don't know, giving me company, keeping me sane, keeping me on task, all that stuff contributes to the overall product, whatever it is I'm working on at the time. It's very obvious with the game because I merged a lot of people onto the team from chat. And that would have happened if I didn't know anybody because I wasn't streaming. All right, and then this one, fix the issue where the panel shows up off screen. Since now it will go down instead of up and down. First thing is these causes no issues when open from the end battle screen. Okay, let's try that out. 455. Okay. All right, so now we can click this and whoop, that's not it. We click this and yeah, we don't have any problems. And then same thing with when we do it from here. Yeah, looks good. Yeah, looks good. Cool. Hey, M2. Hey, microservice. Welcome back to the monitor. Yeah. It's strange when so everyone's probably gone for some amount of time without power. Maybe you've chosen not to use it for some time, but to not be able to use power for longer than 24 hours is not very common. It's happened, I think, twice in my life. And it's just so different. It's like we looked outside and there were almost no lights. We had a couple of candles on. It's not so cold that we're like scared we're going to freeze to death or something in the middle of the night. But it was chilly. And there's an almost romantic feeling to all of it. And then you think back and you think, for the majority of human history, this is how things were. Candles for light, being cold at night unless you're under blankets. Like that was just life. And then we got electricity and now we rely on it for everything. At least 2 times in the last year we lived there. How many times has it happened in your entire life, though, that you lost power for multiple days? Because I was going to say, I think that's probably pretty uncommon for most of the sort of well-developed electrical grids. How we solve the node reference in the inherited scene. I think you're talking about the Godot issue that we ran into. How do I find that? Because there were 3 issues that we encountered that were in Godot, and I'm not sure which one exactly you're talking about. But 2 of them are in this list, and one of them, is there a way to see that I commented on an issue? Is there like commenter? Yeah, there's. And the last one was this one. So anyway, depending on which issue you're talking about, you could look at these, but the short story is they're just Godot issues. So none of them were resolved. Like they're problems in the engine itself. Hey, Gio. Had a full house generator hookup added the new house when we built it. Yeah. I think if it bites you enough times in your life, you'll probably do something to work around it. We have some like imagine like lawn tool batteries. And apparently you can buy inverters or something, and you can basically just turn them into, plug in a lamp or something if you want to. And I thought, is this even worth investing in this? Like, how often is the power going to go out like it just did? Also, I'd never even heard of the cause of this. It's a bomb cyclone. I've heard of cyclones and I've heard of bombs. Yeah, what is a bomb cyclone? And there's a whole bunch of weather terminology, and it explains what this is all about. And my understanding is essentially like this thing accumulates power over the water and then hits land and just goes nuts. But yeah, that's what happened. Knocked down a bunch of trees. So we upgraded the version or just made a compromise? Yeah, just made a compromise. Yeah. Like I said, these are like open issues in Godot. So if you see that it's open, there's no upgrading the version. They haven't even responded to this. So that's all you can really do in these cases. You have a bug, you either ignore it, you fix it yourself, you work around it, and that's it. That's all you can do. There's no real other way you can tackle this. Man, this is still coming up. Do I have this open? Is that why? Huh. I wonder if we have different like shader preferences. Also, that just made a ping sound, I guess because I turned off streamer mode. Yes, I did. Let's just quit Discord altogether then. And we're at this. And this looks good. Thank you for figuring this out. Done and done. Okay, cool. So I think we're good on PRs. The biggest thing for today is something I would have liked to have done yesterday, but got sidetracked with a bunch of other things, which is work on clarity stuff. There are a lot of things in the game that the game just literally does not even tell you about. So for example, you just have to divine that you click the portal to augment it, and that's how you get to new locations. And if you don't know this, you'll never advance. So you have to either realize you can click this, which by the way never gets highlighted, so even that's not clear. We should probably do that too. Problem is making it clear that you can highlight it. Maybe I'll make a custom sprite specifically for this. That's a white outline that I just manually draw. Outline the portal when you hover over it to make it clearer that you can click it. The outline shader didn't look great, so maybe we should just manually draw a sprite for now. Got our first snowfall during the morning commute time this morning. Dropped my girls off at school. Daycare took almost 2 hours. I think the first weather change of a season, even if it's expected for the area, always just throws people for a loop. We have that happen here too. Summer, it's practically perfect weather. And then it rains for the first time in fall. And people are like, rain? What? What's that? So, yeah, last night, apparently traffic was crazy here. And I told you some of the traffic lights were out. And people don't exactly know what to do when that happens either. Which, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, you're supposed to treat it like it's a four-way stop in the US. Yeah, what's falling from the sky? Is it the apocalypse? Hey, Karada. Yeah, water? Like the thing I drink? What? Get out of town. Okay, so the thing that I think we're going to do about this is we're going to make a contextual tip system, and it's probably going to take most of the morning, but I think it's going to help out quite a lot. And then there's some other kind of basic stuff. So I think it's really just going to be this. Hang on one second. It's like super warm in here. Okay. I don't know why it's so like broilingly hot. Excuse me, let me see. Yeah, no, the temperature outside is such that it shouldn't have been like this. Maybe I'm just sensitive to it right now. Okay, so one tip on the screen at a time, make the tip system contextual. Okay, I have an idea for how we're going to do this. I think we're going to keep track of tip IDs and just know when they should show up. And if there are no contextual tips, maybe we can show just a random tip that you haven't seen before. But I think we need to keep track of all the tips that you've seen too. So it's going to be a little bit annoying. Yeah, but let's go do it. All right, where did I put this? It's inside town. To be honest, I don't think the tip system is a town thing at all. Although it appears in the town, I suppose. Isn't it there? Where's the tip system? There it is. It's fine if it's there. Okay, I'll put this in a new folder for now because I want to put a couple things here. Tips. All right, so just drag the. Oh wait, no, we should do it through Godot, right? Actually, I don't even know if we should do it through Godot. Tip system there. And now move this over to here. Does this keep its script? It does. Okay, so now we just need to change this around. This is towns tips. And that's it. That's our change for now. Okay, this outline shader, just for whatever reason, it really, really wants this new line to be here. So I'm just going to check this in. Add new line to the shader. This keeps happening every time I open Godot. So I assume we have different auto formatting rules, I guess, on our computers. And I'm just sick of looking at this. Pieces of tutorial can be spread through the game as features get enabled, like moving camera to the portal. Yeah. That's pretty much what I want to do. I want there to be a contextual tip system because right now the way that this works is every 5 minutes, it's just going to pick the next tip and show it to you. So they're roughly timed with when you want to know these things, but still that's not as smart as like, well, you have money and you're not spending it. So what if we told you you could spend money on this thing? I don't even know what autoformat. I don't know what's doing this, but it must be Godot because I'm not opening this file in VS Code. And either way, I don't want to deal with that. Yeah. Okay. So all I did is move this around and it fixed a bunch of UIDs for me. Oh, man. Yeah, fine. Whatever. Move tip system. I want to, what's the word? Extend, build it out, improve. I want to improve the tip system, but I want it to be in a different location before I do that. This also automatically fixed the UIDs in the scene that was modified. Okay, so the reason I made a folder for this is because I also want to make an enumeration in here. So let's go copy an enumeration that exists and just save it over in that folder. It's in towns, tips, and we're going to call this tip ID. Yeah. All right, tip ID, towns, tips. And I don't have any tips yet. So next, I want to keep track of which tips we've already seen. Now, if we make this a dictionary, we're going to have to load from a save file. I think that's fine. But do we have any other dictionaries that we use like this? No, I think you need to make it a read-only dictionary. But then do we have any that we load? I don't think so. No, we don't. Okay, well, that's fine. Too many tips or help can get annoying, by the way. Might be good to add a menu item to disable it. Yeah, I think this is the kind of thing that we have two goals with anything we do today. One is just for version 0.4, which is tomorrow. And then the other is for the final launch of the game. I would rather bother people by having too many tips for tomorrow than not have enough information and people don't know what to do. But yeah, for the final launch of the game, this should be a lot smarter probably, and sort of realize like, okay, you need to know this. How do we teach it to you? How do you turn this off? Can you just click the tip and do something else in the future? Because it would be nice if there was something like, you have a bunch of unspent money. You can train your adventurers. And it said it had some options there that was like, take me to the training menu, or just like close, and there could be like a never show me this again, that sort of thing. We don't have that capability for now, and I don't think it's worth coding for the next day. But yeah, all we have is close, and you have to know how to do this thing then. Just be in my mind. Oh yeah. No, and I it's fair. It's totally fair. I think that if we were about to launch a game in like a week or something, and it was the final launch, this is something where I'd be like, we gotta treat this with a little bit more care. Hey, Sir Puffin. Are all the interviews still going on, Sir Puffin? So we're going to add this in here. Private dictionary. It's going to be a dictionary of tip ID. Actually, I guess it's just a hash set of which tips we've shown. Yeah, shown tips. And I suppose we can also make this a read-only hash set. All right, so what are the rules I wrote down over here? We haven't shown you anything in the last 25 seconds. We don't have a tip open right now, and you haven't seen that specific tip before. So we're going to need some sort of function. It's going to be like a public void show tip ID. And then, yeah, we want to make sure of these three things. Ensure the following. Hasn't shown a tip, doesn't have a tip open now, hasn't seen a specific tip before. Waiting to hear back for tentative round 3, manager position, applied to an IPC position, allow me to do more data analysis. No word from them yet. Gotcha. Hopefully it's not like a concerning amount of time that's passed yet. I find that companies always have their own schedules. Makes sense. Okay, so it doesn't have a tip showing. We have this show tip, and this creates a persistent notification. We don't know when this thing is hidden. The only way to know that is if we were to return a notification and then have a listener on it. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do that. So it'll return a notification box, and then we need to know when you've dismissed it. Yeah. Okie dokie, let's do that. Notification box. Return that. Now we need to funnel it through all of these. Is it going to be a Steam demo through itch or both? Just itch. Yeah. The Steam release process is just a little too heavy, whereas the itch release process is just, put a new executable online and you're done. And given that I don't really care too much if people discover this on their own. It's pretty much just going to be people through the stream. That's not entirely true. Last time, I think there were 28 responses, and I want to say like 24 of them were people through the stream, or people through the stream. So like 1 or 2 hops away, and maybe like 4 of them were just kind of like browse traffic on itch. Something like that. I don't know. Anyway, I'm fine with that. My goal here is get at least 20 responses to the survey, which we're going to need to fill out today as well. I mean, make new questions for it. Yeah. Okay. So we need to return this. And then where do we call this thing? Can we create regular? Create floating UI text. That's what this thing does. How not create persistent notification. All right, that should work. So now we get this. And now we need to listen to when it's closed. On close plus equal close tip. Yeah. Hey, Dane. Can't you just make a GitHub action for deploying to Steam? I see a bunch of workflows for this, like not now, but in the future. Yeah, I think in the future you can, but I think the first time you launch to Steam, it's got to go through some like human review that takes some number of days. But I don't even remember fully what that process was from the Botland days. Like I did push new stuff onto Steam, and I don't remember how exactly I did it. I probably have it written down in some notes somewhere. Yeah, needs a partner registration. Yeah, I have the Steam page. I've never pushed a build yet. So yeah, it's got to go through some review process. By the way, out of curiosity, is anyone saying anything on Steam chat? I highly doubt it. No. And I'm not going to open that again in case anyone's going to go to Steam chat. Question I've not Googled. Do you need to have a page set up, not published, to start with Steam integration, like saving achievements? I don't know. In order to test them, you almost certainly need a page because presumably there's some API and maybe there's a test API, but it probably requires an app ID, and you don't get an app ID until you actually have a Steam page. With that said, the Steam page itself is $100 and is pretty fast to get set up. Like if it takes time, it takes like a day or something for them to get back to you. And I don't even fully remember, but it was pretty fast. And then once you have that, you could just at your leisure test every Steam feature you want, I'm pretty sure. Stream's not very polite, never answers. Hey, Broken Crown. Oh, camera froze. Thanks. I just probably want to get an LLC set up before starting the page. Did that fix this? Let me see. No, it did not. Why did it not fix this? That's strange. Normally, I just unplug this and then plug it back in and it fixes itself, but it has not this time. What are you doing wrong? Maybe if I switch to this and then back to this. Ah, there we go. Okay. All right, so notification box needs an on close. Public action on close. Yeah. And when you click this thing, that's when we're gonna say that this thing closed. Make tween after slide out. Queue free. I guess that's the close that we might have here. What happens if it's a regular notification? Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, it all calls slide out. All right, so then let's do that. On close on invoke. I've officially priced you out of your expensive hellos. You'll get your points back eventually, and then I'll make an even more expensive hello. We'll just keep raising the price and raising the price until new people are like, why is it 35,000 points to say hello in your stream? And I'll say, don't talk to me until it's been 2 years. All right, so in the tip system, we got to add this. Is showing tip equals false. Yep. Private bool is showing tip. And in show tip, we're going to set this to true. Or, oh, interesting. We already had a show tip function. Okay, well then fine. We'll put this down here and we'll say tip ID. Okay, if you were showing a tip, it should not show another tip, which means we're not going to mark this thing as shown. So if is showing tip, then just return. If you're not showing one, then we're about to show one. So we should mark that you have shown it now. I guess, or that, yeah. All right, so it hasn't shown a tip in the last 25 seconds. Doesn't have one open now. Hasn't needed a specific one before. This is just going to be hello world because we don't have the tip ID system yet. Ah, see? They're flexing on you, Broken Crown. You gonna let them do this? Or are you gonna put your points where your mouth is and say you're rich to the world? So the last thing is when we showed the last tip, so that we don't show it too soon. How do I want to do that? So we could have a timer that like every 10 seconds checks to see if there's a tip we want to show. I don't think that's well, actually, it isn't a bad idea. And we just have a thing that just randomizes which tips you can show. Yeah, actually, I kind of like that idea. To do figure out all of the tips that we could show and then randomly pick one of them. And maybe we run this every 10 seconds. Is that a smart idea? These should be cached so that we don't recompute them. There we go. You got your points. There's really nothing worth spending your points on in this stream. I was watching someone else's stream and they had a redeem that I think cost 500 million, but I don't fully remember. And it just said something like the channel is yours. That made me chuckle, but it also made me think, what would happen if you got to 500 million and you click that button? Would they pass the stream over to you? 10 seems too few, maybe 30-ish. Well, the way I'm picturing it is you've got to meet a bunch of conditions and have 10 seconds pass. So the conditions might be something like you have an adventurer with no, or like a level 1, and you have at least 100 gold, something like that. What's the math on how long it would take? I don't know, but the math is thrown out the window completely if the person streaming runs, what are they called? I don't know, whatever those like competition polls are, where you can vote on something and then you can bet how many points you want. So if you have these polls, you could technically do it in even just a minute if there are enough people watching the stream. But that just requires that there are enough total points out there. Yeah, the gambling polls, I don't remember what they're called. Otherwise, yeah, it's probably some ludicrous amount of time. And it would probably take longer than you could ever reasonably accomplish it. So that's also based on how long the streamer streams, I guess. Okay, so this is what I want to do. I don't want this. I guess we can stop the timer if you've already gone through all the tips. Yeah, to do if there are no more tips to ever show, call timer.stop. And then show the tip and delete this. Next tip index isn't important. Yeah. Hey, Mark. Is it complicated to manipulate multi-thread on Java? I'm making a little CRUD for practice. I'll finish soon a bit of test, and then I want to make my request SQL on multi-thread. I don't think it's too bad. You just need to make sure that you are like properly controlling concurrent modification, and you're going to use some sort of mutual exclusion for this usually, or a semaphore, depending on what you really need. And so Java has the synchronized keyword. You can synchronize on an object. You could do something like this and synchronize on like the thing that you're modifying. I generally find that switching from a single threaded application to a multi-threaded application requires you to sort of rebuild things a little bit, because otherwise a lot of times you might have something like, I don't know, imagine like a dictionary of account ID to a balance, something like this. Maybe this is a video game. They're not important balances or anything. And maybe the way that you've been dealing with this before has been to just say like balances account ID plus equal 5 every time you earn some money. Well, you might not be able to do this anymore depending on what's accessing this thing. Because if many different classes are, then you might run into some concurrent modification issues where they read the value and they get the same value and they both try adding 5. And instead of adding 10, it only adds 5, that sort of thing. Okay, so we still have a bunch of to-do items here. And this is true too. To do, ensure that we haven't shown a tip in the last X seconds. So that should be minimum amount of time between tips. Yeah. And how do we even track that? because the tip system is added to this, so we could have like a process that just keeps track of it. Maybe, I don't know. There's like a system.get ticks or something like that, right? Daytime.now.ticks. Yeah, we could do that. Okay. So I'll say last tip time. And this should start as now so that we don't show them a tip immediately. And then let's put a, how do you get the elapsed time out of that? Now dot, it's time span ticks per second. Yeah. So now something like a private const long, yeah, tip interval. I think it's good. I'm gonna set this to 10 seconds for now. We'll figure out what kind of seems right eventually. Yeah, good luck, Mock. And yeah, like Kevin said, check out Kotlin maybe. I feel like Kotlin is a very modern feeling language compared to Java. Oh, I also remember there being some like little debugging quirks with it. I don't know if those have been worked out. I think it's really important to be able to debug whatever you're doing. And the more tools, the better. Uh-oh. Can you still see me? The power just flickered. I can't see my left monitor anymore for some reason. Oh, there it goes. Okay, well, that's not good. You saw the flicker? Oh, boy. Well, let me say this right now. If the power goes out, I am not going to try to stream again because the odds of me doing like damage to my computer or just having to like keep restarting the stream are pretty high. But yeah, I was hoping those problems were just completely fixed. Give me a second. I really hope I can just do work today. Well, at least it's not windy or storming outside, so probably this is caused by just them fixing power lines or something. And it doesn't look like the computer was damaged, so let's just keep going, I guess. All right, so make sure we haven't shown a tip too recently. I guess if we're already showing one, then it doesn't matter. Time since, or like long elapsed seconds since last tip is this. Yep, sounds good. And then we should have an if. Yep, if it's less than this, then great. Otherwise, set the last time to daytime on now. Perfect. Okay, so we got all that logic. Now we need to figure out how we can show you certain tips. So let's figure out what the tips even should be so that we can then get some of them in the game. Yeah, you have a skill point you can spend. I think this one's probably, let's start with you have an adventurer you can train. Maybe that's a good idea. Or you can, I don't know, you have a quest or something. What did Ski say? Wasn't clear, I need to click the portal to unlock a new location. Okay, yeah, that should be the first thing you do. So how about we start with that? So we need a private static read-only dictionary tip ID to string tips. There we go. Wait. Isn't one missing? Did we have 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no, we only had 4. Oh, it was 5 lines, I guess, because of it. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so what was the tip I just said? Oh, yeah, unlock a new location. Augment portal. You can unlock the dungeon by, like, you have enough money. You have enough, maybe gold. You have enough money to unlock the dungeon. This should be all instance data dot get instance id dot dungeon dot display name. Click the portal to do so. This is the kind of thing where do we care if we've shown you this already? There's no way to advance the game unless you've actually handled this. Huh. You see the DOJ says Google must sell Chrome. Wait, really? Must sell Chrome to restore competition in online search. Oh, these are proposals right now, not an actual judgment? Yeah, there's a draft. Okay. Yeah, I did not see that. Then again, I also didn't have power. So my internet usage was lower than normal. Don't like 90% of the UI, right? VS Code extension. Remind me to never create a VS Code custom editor over YAML config again. What does your extension do? I mean, I can glean a little bit of it from what you just said. Yeah, I'm curious. Last tip time. Why is this a problem? Because it was read only. All right. So how do we know that you can do this? Let's start with this one. This is weird. Augment portal is you have at least, I don't know what, 10 gold or something. And you have at least one, you built the potion shop. And what else? You haven't unlocked the dungeon. Yeah, something like that. Surprised my area didn't lose it during the bomb cyclone. I'm guessing you're more either in the Seattle side of things or like far enough northeast or south. It was all sort of consolidated seemingly on the east side. I know there were places all over that lost power too, but it was mostly there. Yeah, so what should be responsible for figuring this stuff out? Because we're gonna run this timer. It can't be every 300 seconds. It needs to be like every 10 seconds or something. And even then, I don't know if this should be time-based stuff that's happening here. I think we need to figure out that you have unlocked a particular thing. And I'm just not sure what should track this. Like maybe each individual tip should track this, and I should make this system a little bit more mature right off the bat. But I don't think it's a good idea. But it would be kind of nice to have like an augment portal tip. And it has, yeah, actually, it would be nice to do this. That way I'm keeping all the state in one place. Oh man, I don't want to spend the entire day on this, but this is pretty important. I also don't want this to be a gigantic mess. Pops open a custom editor for a file type. In my case, manifest.yaml. It's a config file for Forge apps and Atlassian. One giant React app form to allow easier editing. I see. Okay, yeah. Well, it seems like it'll help a lot of people. And if you make it open source, it seems like people could even use that for other kinds of file formats that are pretty much just configuration things or like JSON or YAML. So instead of a string, what I think this is going to be is a tip. Let me think about this. There would be a tip class. The base class would just know whether... Actually, the base class would have a get string or get tip string. And then derived classes would keep track of what they would keep track of the conditions. Yeah. And it would also have a and a I guess void get tip string and bool has met conditions. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Hey, Crisius, is that how you pronounce your name? Hope you're having a good stream. Keep up the good work. Always watching the progress whenever I can. Well, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I am having a good stream so far. I was briefly incredibly panicked when my power flickered because I was without power for more than 24 hours. And I thought, oh man, I'm gonna have to launch the game by like going somewhere else, doing a bunch of work, then coming back, then going somewhere else and actually launching the game. And I was not looking forward to that. So if I can just work through all of today, that would be great. I'd be very happy about that. Extension development system is very strong and pretty well documented. Oh, what's the hard part? Just the UI and everything? Can the conditions be represented as a lambda over town and maybe the string too? What I was thinking is that the tip class would have probably also like a void init town. And they could just check every once in a while. And the way they would check is via signals. So nothing would actually need to call into this anymore. So a tip like augment portal tip would probably do something like town.on money changed to check for money, town.on location unlocked to check to see if you've gotten a dungeon, and what's the last thing? Oh yeah, town.on shop built or whatever to see if you've got the alchemist. So it just sets up all three of these things, and then it can say like, oh, yep, I've met all my conditions, so now this thing is true. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think I'm gonna try doing this. It's a little bit nuts. The mass amount of UI forms I need, basically 100 plus different types of modules. Ah, I see. Yeah, I wonder if you can have some like data-driven UI for all of that. But you'll need a YAML editor for that, which means you'll need an extension for the YAML editor, which means you'll need need to break out of this recursion somehow. Okay, tip.cs, let's save this, or not save this, let's delete the hierarchy we have here. Public abstract class tip. All right, so we got 3 things I wanted to put in here, right? And they're all right here. Virtual void this protected town get private set. All right. This is public. This is also public and definitely virtual and has nothing here. This is a tip. I like it. It works great. And then this is public, virtual, bool, has my conditions, return, I guess true by default. That'll probably be super confusing. Maybe false by default? I don't know. Yeah. Use records, etc. I see what you're saying. I think I like this structure. I'm not saying it can't be improved, but I'm also trying to kind of speed through some parts of this. So we'll hopefully get this working for one tip, and if it works well for that and it looks good, I think we'll probably just move on, and we can always change this later in the future if we need to. Using much data-driven inheritance I can without overcomplicating it. Past certain points, just a lot of grunt labor. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you've gotten it working for at least 1 or 2 of the UIs, then you've probably proven that your system works. And then, yeah, of course, obviously there's some amount of work at some point. I wonder if AI can help you with that though. Okay, so now what are we going to actually track here? We're going to keep a list of tips. And then we need an augment portal tip. This is going to be class augment portal tip extends tip. So we don't need this. We don't need to do anything special here. We do need to change this. That's going to be this bit. Yeah, then we import this stuff. Oh, we apparently didn't need that. And then hazmat conditions is going to be these 3 things, which I don't have coded yet. So we need to code that. So I guess just still return false in the meantime. And then we can change this to be just a new augment portal tip. Yeah. Hey, Mars, how are things going? They're going really well. Well, they're going really well today. Yesterday, I did not have power, and all I've wanted to do is just work on the game. And I had a whole plan, and actually I had more than just that plan. We had other plans too, and it's not important what they were, but they all got canceled when there was no power pretty much anywhere. So thankfully, we're all fine and healthy and don't have any property damage or anything like that, which cannot be said for everybody. Man, somebody actually died during the storm, and there were a lot of cars that were crushed. we were driving and I don't think I can show you this because I think there might be some personal information in this. Yeah, anyway, down trees and stuff, all the usual like post-storm nonsense that happens. But like I said, we're fine and all the people we know are fine, and most of the people we know don't have any like major damage to anything that they own. Pick a Reddit of a on Reddit of a tree on top of a bus. That would have been scary. I mean, you sort of, I don't want to totally sidetrack myself, but there are things you take for granted that are obvious, and then there are things that are not obvious. So like your health. When you get sick, it's a reminder that, hey, maybe you took your health for granted a little bit. Power, when it goes out, it's like, maybe I was using a lot of electricity and I got used to this lifestyle. But then there are things like just the general safety of not having trees crush things you own. This is something you don't often realize and take for granted, or realize that you're taking for granted. But yeah, it can happen, and it does happen, and it's typically around storms, and you never know. If you don't want to set defaults for the tip class, I assume you can make methods abstract instead of virtual. Oh, I don't know if I've ever even done that. You probably can. I don't think I've ever. Oh, I do that in one place at least. Yeah. I don't mind the defaults though, but let me see what I set them to. I like the idea of this in case you're doing a test thing, but I guess this makes a lot more sense. So if you mark it abstract, you just put a semicolon at the end. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's good. Just sit away in my basement program. Power outages are rough sometimes. Survived the great ice storm of Texas that knocked power out in some places for as much as 2 weeks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just, these are the kinds of things that sometimes you go your entire life without experiencing, depending on what conditions you're used to, how long you live, and when those years are that you're living. But I was saying to my wife that I had gone my entire life up until about maybe 2018 or 2019 without ever seeing a grocery store sell out of things. And then during this, there was like a local ice storm. And we actually went outside during this time. The sidewalks were coated in ice. So we walked very, very slowly. We walked to the grocery store and it was practically empty. And I just never seen that in my life. It's just something I took for granted of like, oh, there's always food in grocery stores. Why wouldn't there be? And then during the pandemic, that same sort of thing happened, but with certain goods like toilet paper, which still baffles me to this day. But yeah, that was another thing where I think this was a first for many, many people. We'd never been in a multi-year long pandemic and all the things that go with that, working from home and not seeing as many cars on the road. And there's a lot of just eeriness there. A hospital, police station. Yeah, that is lucky. And a generator is a good idea too if you have a lot of power outages. Lived in Queen Anne then, and the amount of people trying to drive up that hill and not making it. Oh man, that's okay. So you know how people have like fear of heights, fear of deep waters, etc. I have a fear of driving somewhere and my car just can't make it up a hill and just slides down. God, it terrifies me. And in Seattle too. Seattle has so many hills, and even when it just rains, we don't have a manual car, but it still like goes back a little bit before going up the hill when you're stopped at a light. I'm just like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Oh, it's so scary. I just, yeah, I just can't get over that. And it makes me not want to drive in the rain. And yeah, anyway, that's an actual fear I have. Tornadoes as a kid in a tornado belt were terrifying. Unfinished dark basement. Current house has finished nice basement. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of thing you obviously hope your house is never hit, but you want to be prepared so that at least you're safe if it does. And I guess, yeah, basements in the case of tornadoes are your best bet, right? Everything froze over for a week. We had plenty of supplies. Got to that weekend, I had to take a multi-hour trip to get groceries. Oh man, yeah. Oh, also, you know, real life used to be a survival game. It used to be, we need to hunt things for food and we need to make fires for warmth. And now in the modern age, it's not really a survival game anymore. I mean, I'm joking that it's even a game. But I sort of felt this way when the power went out. I'm like, everything's gonna go bad in the fridge pretty soon. We don't have heat. we like what do we need to plan differently, or how do we conserve energy? And it was kind of an interesting way of just thinking about life for a day. Chase tornadoes. I think I saw the movie your dad was in, Twister. Cost me 4K to remove a dangerous, nearly dead maple. Super glad we did that. Yeah, we were just talking about this yesterday, with my wife and her sister, that the cost to remove trees is very high, and yet the damage a tree can do if it lands on your house is way higher than $4,000, or apartment or whatever, just your car. Like, it's probably going to cause a lot of damage. And that's assuming it just does property damage and not hurts somebody. Yeah. Anyway, interesting last day and a half or so for me. I like not interesting though. I like normal life and routine. Okay, so we need these conditions. I'm gonna write this here. To do listen for these. I guess we are gonna need override init. Public override init. Base.init, and to do set up listeners. But in the tip system, we need to know that we can actually get this thing. So we're going to do, let's figure out the tips that we can show. Private read only, hash set, tip ID, available tips, or like, I don't even know what we call this. Tips that we're able to show. Tips we can show. Sure, whatever. And we're going to set this up here. And then in show tip, or I guess here we're gonna just say like show an available tip. I'm still fleshing this out. So we're gonna look through this and we're gonna just pick a random one of these. So I guess if this is empty, then we don't do anything. And if it's not empty, then we get a random one. And you can't index a hash set, right? So I'm just gonna do this dot to list dot sample. We need link for this. 0 or 1, 0. So tip ID, tip or ID equals this. We also need the list extension. And then we're going to remove it from that. We're going to add it, or we're going to call show, I guess. Actually, we can't remove it from this until we've shown it. Yeah, there, that's it. And then once it's shown, it's no longer in tips we can show. There we go. Hey, Puppet. Sure missed that tree. It was epic. Beautiful. Had a perfect swing branch. Yeah, and maples especially are very pretty in the fall. Fell exactly where it needed to in order to not mess up anything in our place or our neighbors. Huge tree. Yeah. Man, there's some absolutely gorgeous trees in the area we live in. I took some pictures, and I'm not sure if I have any I can easily share. God, half of my photo album is just cat pictures now. I can't even find a tree picture in here. Where are they? Huh. Oh, there they are. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, I might have shown this on stream already. I'll just take a screenshot of this so I don't accidentally share more than I'm supposed to here. But yeah, these trees were amazing. And I don't think this does justice to it. There are certain things you just can't really photograph and have them look good, at least not with a phone. And I think mountains are one of them. And these trees looked a lot better in person. Got a puppy in February and it's nothing but her. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know when that's going to stop, though. I have a feeling it never will, and I'll just always be taking a bunch of cat pictures. Tip string. Okay, cool. So now we get the tip itself. Tip equals tips ID. Sounds good. It doesn't stop. Yeah, it's probably not going to for me that either. Okay, figure out the tips we could show. This is something that I guess, how do we do this? I think what we're going to do is go through each tip. And if it's not already met the conditions and it's not already shown. So if not this dot contains the tip, I guess the tip ID. Did I seriously not save the ID? Oh, how fun. All right, well, we can iterate over this then, getting the IDs, I guess. How do we do that? Tip ID, ID, tip, tip, in tips. All right, so if it doesn't contain that and the shown tips doesn't contain that and the tip has met its conditions, then we add this here. Okay, I think that's it, right? Wait, but why would we? Oh, I see. This is going to be a bunch of Boolean checks. So this should be constant time. All of this. This is O of n. But it's over a very small amount of tips, and it's only done every 10 seconds. So I think this would be good. So figure out if we can show these and cache them, randomly pick one. Yeah. If there are no more tips ever to show, then call timer.stop. Yeah, so if shown tips.count equals tips.count, then timer.stop. We've shown every tip. All right. Not too bad, not too bad. Working on pop-up menus like start, settings, and others. Would you build them as individual scenes or use code to make them all in the same scene? I would build them as individual scenes, yeah. I think when it's, so Godot at least has this philosophy that anything you can see in your game should be a node. I think if it's obvious that they're different things, so for example, let's say you're making like a top-down space shooter game. Like the spaceship is obviously different from the bullets, which are obviously different from the UI, which are like obviously different. The these should just all be different scenes for sure. So now the question is like, where do you split UI? And it's like, well, the settings menu is obviously different from the whatever the overlay, which is different from the title screen. So yeah, I'd make different scenes for these things. I think where it's a little bit questionable is with very atomic elements like buttons. You probably want a common button scene so that you've got things like sound effects, your theming that you have, your whatever else, I don't know, the font or something, which is I guess part of the theme. So maybe you want a common button for that, but then the individual scenes will just have their own buttons. It's not like you need a scene that is OK button.tscn or something like that. That's probably overkill. Okay. I want to get at least one of these working, and then I want to take a break. So we need listeners for 3 things. You have enough money. So town.on money. There's some money change. Yeah, money changed. Okay, money changed. And then you built the potion shop. So is there a shop built or something? Built shop? Built a shop. Cool. And then we need that you've unlocked the dungeon. How do we know that you've unlocked the location? That I don't remember. Where do you even unlock locations? Instance list? There should be a button in here somewhere. Unlock instance. There it is. We don't... Oh, this is called from somewhere else? This isn't good. Yeah, this isn't good. We don't have a thing for handling both of these right now. I guess we're going to need it. Yeah, I think we're going to need it. Oh, that's fine. Oh, wait, what's that? It's right there. Why aren't we using this? It's in start instance. And I'm guessing the town has access to start instance publicly. All right, this is a little weird, but I'm going to do this anyway for now. So town.start instance dot has unlocked. What's it called? Unlocked instance? What? Is it private? Where's that thing? Well, it's not in here? Where? Oh, here it is. It's in the instance list. Okay, this is not good. Also, this is probably going to cause some issues. Unlocked instance, yeah. Cannot assign to unlock instance because it's a method group. Oh, what is it? I could have sworn it was has. Oh my God, how am I not able to find this? It's on, it's not has. All right, there we go. Cool. Then we need to initialize the tip system, which previously never needed the town, or is that not the case? No, it always needed the town. Okay, so now we just go through and initialize all the tips. Yeah, and we don't need this. We can delete that tip, and tip.values. Good. The only way for that to work is if this stuff all exists by the time we initialize the tip system, which is almost certainly not true. Oh, how fun is that? This thing has just ceased to obey what I want it to do. Come on. Come on. Wait, what is going on here? Something needs to be calling init on this. And it has to be the town. Tip system. Yeah, there it is. Why is this? Oh, it's in a different location? Maybe I just broke things? I almost certainly did. Well, whatever. It's fixed now. All right, so this is called before we've set up start instance and everything. Yeah, we need to do this afterward. Actually, probably just toward the end so we can rely on pretty much anything else. Hey, Boffy, it's going well. I've got power again. I'm happy about that. Yeah, we got this thing working too. And we're launching the game tomorrow. Well, version 0.4, so still in alpha. And what we're working on, the most important thing is to guide players to perform certain actions in the game. So I'm making this tip system be a lot better than it used to be. It used to be that it would just cycle through the tips once every 5 minutes, which is problematic because in the beginning of the game, there's a lot more to teach you than 25 minutes into the game. So if we just kept up with that schedule, it'd be, 40 minutes into the game and we'd be like, hey, did you know this thing that you should have known a while ago? And people probably would have just stopped playing by then. All right, so we have listeners. We don't actually have the functions behind the listeners. For whatever reason, it's not even highlighting these red. And it's also not finishing the quick fix thing. Seriously? All right, let's reload again. Let's eventually get to the point where this is highlighted. Well, whatever. Let's just try building. Yep, there it goes. Yeah, the reason I did that is just so I don't have to type these out myself. There's 1. There's 2. I don't care about that. And there's 3. Cool. All right, now we put all these at the bottom. These tips happen during the entire playthrough or just in the start? Some games do a quick tutorial and then say good luck, have fun. It'll be contextual. So let's say you've unlocked, I don't know, you've been playing for 2 hours and there's some brand new system, then it might tell you how to use that system. That's a hypothetical, by the way, because I don't know if we're going to actually have something 2 hours into the game that we need to teach you about right now. But if there were, we could do that. All right, so what do you need? You need the dungeon here. I guess until you've unlocked the dungeon, we won't. We need some booleans here. Has unlocked dungeon. Has enough money. And has built potion shop. So on unlocked instance, this doesn't take any arguments? Seriously? Well, that's stupid. And now it does. So which one gets unlocked here? What? In the world? What is this? What is this? Whole number of instances. We just figure out that you got a new one, but we don't know which one you got. Oh my God. Is this the only place this is invoked? It has to be, yeah. Wow. Well, that's not smart. So I guess we need to keep track of which instances you had before all of this. Get the last one. It's not necessarily just the last one though, right? Because of the debug grant all locations. Like if we ever allow you to unlock 2 locations in the future, this will just be broken. I'm not actually sure how that works, so let me take a look. Unlock all instances, unlock all. Setup instance create gets called once. That calls populate instance list. Yeah, we would need to do this. Okay, well anyway, it's not that hard to do, but definitely need to do it. So how do you copy a list? This is a list of instance IDs. Yeah. So we need another read-only list instance ID. Old instance IDs. I think we can do this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, now if the count of that is not equal to the count of this new one, then you unlock some instances. So now go through all the ones that are not in the... There's some way to do this. We want this dot... What's the opposite of intersect? There's no intersect anyway. All right, well, let's just search this. Link C# get elements in only one list. Oh, there is no built-in function for that? Oh, there's an except. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. So I want all the ones that are currently there except for the ones that were there before, and we're gonna call this. Yeah. And then start instance is gonna be broken because this thing no longer expects this to be an empty function, but that should work now. All right. So now we take in an instance ID here. And if the instance ID is a dungeon, then you've unlocked the dungeon. Actually, if it's literally anything, you've unlocked an instance, so I don't really care anymore. I guess it's not really just the dungeon. How about just if it's not the forest? So we'll just change this to has unlocked or has augmented portal already. All right, so there's that one. Next, on built a shop. So if you built a shop, then we just say has built shop equals true. In fact, we don't care what you've built. We just care that you built something. Has built shop, a shop. Cool. And the final one is that you have enough money. And the money amount that you need needs to be whatever it costs to unlock the first instance. So long cost to unlock dungeon equals that. And you need at least that much money. Okay. And I think that should do it. So now we return that all of the Booleans are true. Yep, yep, yep. Well, not all are true. I said that wrong, but whatever. The conditions are correct. All right, I think we're good. So how's this going to work? Every 10 seconds, it's going to call this, which is going to go through each tip and see if we've met the conditions. And so we're going to say that we can show this now. Adding tip to show. There. And then it should just show it, so we should see it on the screen at the same time. Let's try it out. So we need enough money. We need to have unlocked a shop, which might not work because we start with a shop unlocked because of how this thing is all set up. In fact, it should just show me the tip pretty much immediately, right? Well, 10 seconds. I don't think it's going to work because I don't think this is going to know that we unlocked this because of how we do this. Ugh. Or not that, this part here. Unbuilt a shop. I'm guessing this is never called. Let's put a breakpoint there. Oh, it does get called. Oh, maybe the money never changes because we just start with enough money. Okay, that might have been the problem. Yeah, so let's hit the play button here. Now all we need to do is make one item sale and it should spawn the tip. So we put that here, we speed this up a bit. As soon as someone comes and buys it. Nice, on money changed. Now we hit the play button and we should see a tip pop up. No. Does this get a hit? Also no. What? Huh. Well, this should be getting hit, right? Did I forget to start the timer? Oh no. Oh, I disabled the tip system completely in the tutorial. No. Okay. Yeah, skip tutorial has a thing to make it so that we don't constantly get barraged by tips. Where is that? Wait, where is that indeed? Oh, there it is. Yeah, whoops. Okay, now let's try it again. I think it should work. And then, like I said, I'll take a break and then we'll just keep going with this. Then we need to code all the tips, and that should hopefully be a little bit easier. I think saving and loading it is going to be a little bit annoying, but if people save and load the game and they see tips again or they don't see tips, then fine, whatever. It's better to have it at least for the majority case where people just are playing this in one sitting probably. And remember, this is just for tomorrow. I'm not trying to say these are assumptions I'm making for the final game release. Okay, so we need to do this and we need them to buy an item. So put this, oh, that's fine. Hey, nice. Oh, no, that wasn't the tip. So close. Adding tip to show, augment portal, and yet it did not show the tip. So why did it not show the tip? Oh, we get to here. Yeah. And then we call show available tip. Tips we can show has one in it. So we sample that. We get the augment portal tip. Yep. Then we call show tip. And what it thinks, no, it doesn't think that. Elapsed time is what? 52 seconds. Tip interval is 10,000 seconds. Okay, that's the problem. This is in seconds. Phone screen interview in 2 hours. What tips would you give me? Is it a technical interview, like a coding interview? Because in general, it is. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say in general, I think this is like if you consider life to be a series of practices and then sort of performances, you're about to be at the performance in 2 hours. And I just feel like any last minute practice is probably not super helpful. So if you're going to do anything, I'd say like brush up on something you were rusty with when studying. That's maybe your best bet. So for example, if you were doing leak code, probably you know the questions you'd sort of failed to get the first time, or maybe the most optimal algorithm or the best data structure or something. Like maybe look through those again quickly. But I would say probably don't stress too much in the next 2 hours. Like all of your prep, I don't say this to make you feel guilty, but all your prep should have been done before this, such that yeah, I think that if you're gonna pass the interview, you're gonna pass the interview, and the last 2 hours aren't probably gonna make a huge difference. So yeah, I just some minor brush up on stuff, probably limited to like 15 minutes or whatever's the most important stuff. And then just try to relax. Yeah. Maybe yeah, just try to relax. I was gonna say maybe meditate or something. But whatever works for you. Because I remember I used to like try performing on the piano, and before any sort of performance my teacher would always be like, look, you're all the prep you did was over the weeks and months before this. Just warm up your fingers and you're good. It wasn't like work out some technical passage or something. It was like, well, you should have already done that at that point. Again, I don't say that to make you feel guilty. I also think that you should never really be banking on just one interview coming through for you. Ideally it works. I wish you luck. But there'll be more in the future, even if it's not right now. Maybe you get this job, you love it. 5 years from now, you're trying to switch. That same advice will apply. Okay, so we do not have this tip showing. I need to get an item. I need to sell that item. I need for 10 seconds to pass, but we're playing at lightning speed, so it should pass pretty much immediately. And there it is. You have enough money to unlock the portal. Click the portal to do so. The other thing we can do, well, I think it's fine. Okay, so next, here's what we got to try. We got to start a new game, and we need to unlock this ourselves. And now when we get an item, why is this gigantic? Oh, because it says 5.0625. Yeah, that's fine. Now when we get an item, that should not have happened. Why did that happen? The shop hasn't augmented already. Or set this is true. Huh, that did not seem to work. Let me try that again. Yeah, good luck. I hope it goes well. It is getting set to true. What then? How are the conditions met? Well, this is going to get called all the time. Has enough money is true. Has built a shop is true. Has augmented portal is true. So this can never meet the conditions. Why did it still show me the tip? Yeah, it says here, adding tip to show. All right. Oh, maybe because this all gets hit before I thought it did. Yeah, that's probably what's going on. Let me try that again. New game. It's probably getting hit already somehow. It isn't? Is that when I click this? What is happening? Then I get it. I get them to buy something. What is happening? No, this was done once a while ago. This isn't currently happening. I guess that's why we're not seeing the tip. Oh my God. I must have just done something in the wrong order. Oh, is it normal to say to him, I want to copy and paste from another project? Sorry, I didn't see that question. I don't really understand the context of that. I want to copy and paste from another project. I will say this. I don't think that alone would instill me with confidence if I were interviewing somebody. Like, I think it's reasonable sometimes to copy and paste from some other project, but the red flags I would have would be things like licensing, just like, do you even own the code? Adapting it to fit the current code base. I guess like analyzing whether it fits to begin with. I don't know. I feel like saying the words copy paste in an interview are just sort of an immediate red flag without clarification. So I would clarify to say why you'd be doing this or why you think it'd be the best or something like that. But like I said, I don't know the full context around this. But it'd be like if someone asked you a question, oh, hey, how would you do this thing? And you'd be like, well, I'd talk to my coworkers first. And I'd probably be like, again, red flag without clarification. Like, you should obviously be talking to your coworkers at some point on a job, but that probably shouldn't be your go-to answer in an interview. Where is it? Give me a sec. All right, here's what you say. So if you're working on a contract, you can say you got a set of personal tools. Just quote this to them. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. Okay, I think we're doing this well now. So yeah, we got to add in the other tips, but I think the system generally works. Yep, augment portal. Saving and loading is gonna be annoying for this. The system may be annoying. E.g., you may build a shop, save, load, and then the augment portal tip wouldn't know that you built the shop. So we would need to save that Boolean too. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. All right, well, we'll have to think about that. But I got to take a break, so I'll be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, close the game. Those are probably the fewest players we've had in a very long time. I think maybe part of it is I'm streaming on a Thursday and never stream on a Thursday. Let me take a look really fast at something. Okay. Yeah, lonely game of 2. Yeah, so maybe we should figure out how we're going to save this stuff. We can definitely save which tips we've shown. I guess, is there a problem if we never show a tip that we should have shown? Yeah, kind of. Otherwise, we may never show that tip. Saving the shown tip ID should be enough. That's enough to make sure it doesn't show a second time. But the way this is coded right now, we might not allow it to be shown the first time. So for example, in this, we need for your money to change, which happens all the time, so that's fine. We need for you to build a shop, and we need for you to not to have unlocked an instance. The problem is, if you build a shop and then save and load, it's not going to remember that you built a shop. Well, actually, it might not matter in that case, because maybe the town restores that. Built a shop. Hey, Abudi. How's it going? Welcome in. This is not actually Java. This is C#, but C# was heavily inspired by Java, so they look very similar. This is create shop, load from data. Do we call create shop? We do. Okay, so I guess in this case it wouldn't be a problem, but it's just by happenstance that it's not a problem. And ideally we'd just be saving these Booleans. Doesn't the town call those on an if from save? Yeah, yeah. I don't know about unlocking an instance though. No, but this wouldn't matter. Yeah, this shouldn't matter. Do this with Java devs and they get mad. I think if any dev gets mad, then that's a problem. But I actually kind of thought you might be in that case, but you should assume good faith when someone's just coming to the stream for the first time. So I figured I'll just address it in case you are ill-informed. Hey, Andre, thanks for the resub. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well, Andre. Okay, well, I think we're just going to leave this as is for now. So what other tips should we add? Because there are a bunch. You have a skill point that you should spend. Okay, so teach them how to train their adventurer. Teach them how to spend a skill point after training. Maybe wait for at least 2 minutes or something. What do we say? Teach them about quests. Teach them about building the town hall. I guess we want these things. NPCs offering a quest, and they have never accepted a quest. Town hall isn't built. You have enough money. Anything else we need to teach you about? Thanks, Abudi. Of course, my pleasure. Things are going well. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Things are definitely going well here. Okay, wasn't clear I need to click the portal, so we've hopefully addressed that. Oh yeah, hiring a new adventurer. Right. Teach them how to hire a new adventurer. Portal, click the guild master. Okay, yeah. So all of those things should be addressed by this stuff. All right, well, let's go code all of these. Hopefully this doesn't take longer than an hour and a half or so, because there's a lot of other stuff I'd like to do. Yeah. Skis back. Things that people just never really notice that crack me up at least. Oh yeah, and the manual items, do we need that? No, we don't need that. Multiple simultaneous battles, that's probably a good thing to have. Maybe some of these are just timed tips. time tips when we have nothing else to show. Starting multiple battles. This is definitely some important stuff. Wish listing on Steam. It's not a tip, but I need to ask people to do that. And providing feedback. Providing feedback. Wish listing on Steam. And what's the last one? Oh yeah. Tell them that they've beaten all of the current content. After the dragon, I guess. Yeah, there. Okay. Yep, let's just work our way through this. So teaching them how to train an adventurer. So what do we need to do? You have one adventurer. You have enough money. That's it, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we're going to make a new one here called Train Adventurer. New Train Adventurer tip. Train a D-venturer. Okay, now we need that. Save as Train Adventurer tip. Probably just copy the name of this, so I don't need to keep doing this. Okay, what is this one? You have one adventurer and you have enough money. As train... Wait, no, not training. What am I talking about? You have only level 1 adventurers, or you've never trained. You've never trained an adventurer. In fact, one of the ways we could do this is when we notice that you've trained an adventurer, we could just act like we've shown you the tip already. But this is fine too. It shouldn't really make too much of a difference. Has trained an adventurer and has enough money. That's it. Can you do this before building a shop? Maybe you can, but I'm going to ignore that part for right now. So where do we keep track of that you've trained an adventurer? I don't know. So let's go find it. There's a train button here. There it is. When you click this, what does it do? It goes to level up. This should have a signal. It does. What listens to this signal? The town. What does that do? It calls level up adventure. Nice. Okay, cool. Hey, Husky. I think you're maybe looking for that document that I was looking at. Or possibly you're looking for something else. I'm happy to answer whatever question you have, but if that doesn't answer it... Oh, wait, no, sorry. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to type that. That's a link to the document that I have open if you're curious about looking through this. A lot of these links are going to be private, though. So just be mindful of that. But I'm happy to address anything you might have a question about. Sure thing, Husky. All right, so town dot leveled up, on level up. Put this in here. All right, so we don't need built a shop. We don't need unlocked instance. So met conditions is going to be that you have enough money and you haven't already trained an adventurer. I am very glad we made tip classes, by the way, because imagine how annoying this would have been to have like 1,500 of these events here for every single possible tip. All right, so whenever you level up an adventurer, we just set this thing to true. And the cost that you need is going to be game constants dot what train adventure costs. What did I call this? Level up cost? Level up? I have no idea. Whatever. Let's just go to game constants. Level up. Yeah, adventurer level up cost. That's why I didn't find it. Or possibly it's because this wasn't imported. Either way, there we go. And we want just the 0th one. And let's not even make a thing out of this. Let's just do that. All right, what should the tip say? You have enough money to train an adventurer. Doing so makes them more powerful. Click the adventurers button in the upper left. Then click train. Yeah, this needs to be improved in the future. These buttons might have different names. We can't localize this easily, blah, blah, blah. But for tomorrow, should be good. All right. So there we go. We'll need to test that. I'm not going to test it right now. We're going to test everything all at once later. So next up, teach them how to spend a skill point. So you need a skill point, and you need to have never spent a skill point. But we also need to make sure that some amount of time has passed since the last tip, so that you don't click the train button and immediately it's like, you have a skill point. Let the player try to figure it out for themselves first. And enough time has passed since getting the skill point. That should be easy to do. So let's go start this. So there's train adventure, and there's like allocate adventurer skill point. New allocate adventurer skill point tip. All right, what are the conditions? You have a skill point, you haven't spent one. Okay, so has skill point, has spent skill point, and has enough time passed since acquiring skill point. Yeah. Now a tip is not added to the scene tree, so we can't add a timer here. We could just add a C# timer. Okay, so has skill point. How do we know that you've gotten a skill point? We must know this because we have the adventurers button light up. So town menu must need to know about this. Here it is, update available skill points. Is that what does this? Yeah. Okay. So town.updated available skill points. So we just need that. We need to know when you've spent one. How do we know that you've spent one? That might be hard. No, wait. What we could do is we'll know that your available number has changed. So we can know that you've had one at some point, and to know that you've spent one is to see that it dropped down to 0. Okay, so we can use the same thing for both of these. And then what's the last one we have? Enough time has passed. Okay, yeah. So everything can just happen in this function, I think. All right, put this down here. Delete all of this stuff. Oops, too much. Too much. Oh, darn it. This is not a very straightforward thing. We get a hash set of adventure classes. What? What does that even... Are these are just characters with skill points? Town menu. It's gotta be that, right? Yeah, it's gotta be that. Okay. Classes with skill points, yeah. So this is going to be a little bit annoying to do. Yeah, going to be a little bit annoying to do. This is classes with skill points. So we need to keep track of that. Hash set adventure class, classes with skill points. Okay. Then we need to know if there are any of these that actually have skill points, so that's good. But then to figure out if you've spent a skill point, it's going to be a little bit more annoying. Has skill point. Or this isn't even has skill point. It's like has ever obtained a skill point. Yeah, this is right. Okay, so if you have a skill point, and now you need to see if you spent a skill point. Maybe it's better to just make a function that's like spent skill point. It would certainly make this easier. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Do we have something like that? Modified available. This gets called so that what can handle it? This. I see. Okay, in either case, it's going to call into this thing. I'm gonna just do this here. No, I'm not. No, this is stupid. And modify doesn't even tell you that it changed. What direction it changed? Yeah, we should pass in delta then. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Modified available skill points. Yeah. Here, this is going to be. Oh, this function exists? Why does it exist? Oh, that's skill points, not skill points. Wait. Oh, I press enter. I see. Okay, we just need this to say skill, not skell. There we have it. Okay, so this is going to call this, and then we're going to make a special thing here, which is if delta is less than 0, then we're going to say some like spent skill point dot invoke. Yeah, and then we'll go make that somewhere. Update available skill points. This. Yeah. So this is just an action, and now this is much easier to understand. And then this thing will listen for that. And we have no problem now whatsoever. Unspent skill point. Private void unspent. Okay. And now we can just say has spent skill point equals true. Easy peasy. All right, so then we don't need this. And now we need to keep track of a timer somewhere to make sure that enough time has passed. This isn't Friday, not even a little. Yeah, I lost power yesterday. Save the time at which the skill point is acquired and check that instead. Yes, that is what I want to do. I might have said that the wrong way, but that is what I want to do. So we're going to keep track of this in here. Time of acquiring skill point. What do we do with this? Time acquiring skill point. Actually, it doesn't really matter if this is set or not, because we're going to set it when you acquire the skill point. If has skill point. Actually, it doesn't matter if has skill point. We can just say time acquiring skill points equals. No, I guess we should say this has skill point. No, this is dumb. We need to know when you haven't had a skill point at all. Not that you currently have one. This is a stupidly named variable. This should be has ever acquired skill point. And this should only be able to be set to true. We should not be able to set this to false. So we should do it this way. And then when you have done that, keep track of the time. And then in conditions, we need to make sure enough time has passed. Facing an issue where, oh, I see what you're saying. Just keep track of the time you acquired it and don't keep track of a Boolean as well. Yeah, that would work. NPM workspace, 2 modules, A and B. A depends on B. No explicit mention in package JSON. As NPM workspace solves that. B is a private module, so it's never published. So when I publish A, it doesn't work. You could use a private NPM repository like Verdaccio. But I mean, that's a pretty big change because then anything you're using to deploy needs to have access to that private repository. But I think the only other thing you can do is publish the code with A, either because B is made public or because A contains a code for B. But if it's private, probably you want it to be private for a reason. And that means you need to distribute the code in some other way, which is the private repository way. Anyway, yeah. I'm sure you'll solve it, Dells. You seem like a smart, if hatless person. All right, so what are we doing? We are checking the elapsed time. Yeah. Elapsed time in seconds equal to this. So the condition is that you have never spent a skill point, that you have acquired a skill point, and that some amount of time has passed to try to get you to figure this out for yourself. And I don't know what a good amount of time is. 15 seconds, 30 seconds? Because you might realize you have a skill point and then you're reading the skills. So maybe even like 60 seconds. Give them time to read the skills. So this isn't needed. This isn't needed. So this isn't needed. Nice. That's what I'm looking into. It's pain. Yeah, I guess it depends on why a module is private to begin with. Is it private because the code should be private? In which case, any sort of bundling it with something else cannot be a solution for you. Or at least not publicly bundling. Or is it just private because you just don't feel like maintaining this module? In which case, yes, bundling it could be good. Yeah. Actually, there is something else you could do, right? You can have a package.json point at a GitHub repo. Would that solve your problem? Or a Git repo? I don't have this written down anywhere. I don't know where I would have written this, but it's like git colon, I don't remember. Yeah, package.json point at git repo. This sort of thing. It's not private as confidential. It's private as I believe that was the easiest way to tell folks is never intended to be published. Yeah, I see. Yeah, the problem with pointing at a Git repo is I guess the same general thing. You need the Git repo to be public. Oh, sounds like it is public. Okay, well, that might work. You might be able to do that. I think I did that for some things. Did we finish this? I forgot where we left off. I think we did. Okay, what's next? Teach them about quests. An NPC is offering a quest. They've never accepted a quest. To be honest, I don't think this is the best way to teach them about quests. I think the best way, or at least the easiest way, we have this adventurers button up here and you can click this. I wonder if we should just say current quests and a colon and, or no, how about whenever there's a quest available, it shows a button up here and clicking that just has it center on the NPC with a quest. I think that would be easiest. Because there's no reason why you wouldn't want to accept quests. Or, well, there is, but it's very minor. And the only reason why players actually don't accept quests is they don't know that they even exist. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about skill points. Oh my god. Something about skill points. You that has enough time passed since acquiring a skill point thing? I just ended up saving this here. I didn't get rid of the that has ever acquired skill point. I still have the Boolean. I guess we could just initialize this as like long.max value or something. But I was concerned there'd be an issue with this, but maybe not. I guess we could just try it. Yeah. Dels, thanks for the resub. All right, you're welcome. I'm a duck. Oh, were you hit with an ad? Oh, I was wondering why you didn't have the typical. Oh, you can see I didn't just memorize the taking quote that I looked it up. Yeah, you don't have the typical sub badge because you had the first one. Oh, you were when you opened the stream. Wow. Even stranger. So quest, should we do it this way or should we make the quest button? Like it could just say quest available and this would be in yellow. And then clicking the button takes you to the NPC with the quest. I don't really want to do this, I guess. But quests are the most missable thing in the game right now. And it could be that we do both of these things, but I only want to do one. So which is better? And I guess this one always tells you that you have a quest. Yeah, I think this is better. Ugh, fine. Fine. Make another button in the town menu that will tell you when you have a quest and take you to the NPC that has the quest. This is much more visible than a tip. It's just not going to be obvious to people to keep scrolling to each NPC to figure out if they have a quest. Make sure you can get weapon quests. All right, so we're not going to teach them about quests. So now teach them about building the town hall. I do not like this, by the way. This is just a bunch of busy work, but it's needed. So town hall, new town hall tip. Augment portals, save it as the town hall tip. Put this over here. So what are the conditions? You haven't built the town hall and you have enough money for it. No, that's not it. And you can build the town hall. The town hall sign is showing. In fact, that's enough to be able to tell you that you can build it. Yeah, that's much smarter. How do we do this? Is town hall sign showing? And has enough money. Okay, there is nothing that signals the visibility of signs changing. Do I want to do this? Town hall sign. Are there any events on this? There aren't. Can access through town.signs to check. I can, but then I need to check just every single time, I guess. I suppose that's fine. It's already saved somewhere. It doesn't really matter how we're caching it. Yeah, so we just don't even need this. So hazmat conditions are going to be return town.signs.townhallsign.is visible in tree, I guess. And has enough money. And then just delete all this stuff. Okay. The amount of money is, what is the amount of money? Game constants dot town hall cost. Yeah. All right. You don't have money to unlock the town hall. It should probably wait until, it should probably wait for like 60 seconds. Because you might have just beaten the ogre and then sold your potion, and then it just immediately pops up a tip saying you can unlock the town hall. So yeah, I think they should wait some amount of time. Oh, but then you might not have enough money still. Time of acquiring enough money. Yeah, so this is going to be equal to has enough money. Good. Otherwise, long.max value. Cool. All right. Yeah, let's start the long.max value actually. Okay, so this is visible in tree, has enough money, and the elapsed time in seconds is greater than 60. So, okay. You need to have enough money for 60 full seconds, which means the town hall costs 100 gold. So if you go up to 105 gold for 50 seconds and then drop to 95 gold, then the timer is going to reset. And this indicates that you spent your money on something you wanted to spend your money on. It's pretty much that you got like 200 gold and you just don't even realize you can build the town hall. So then 60 seconds pass and it tells you about it. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay, so that one's done. Teach them about how to hire a new adventurer. Okay, hire adventurer. Let's save this. All right, what is it for hiring an adventurer? So this is you have only one adventurer. You have enough money to hire the next one. Yeah. Oh, it never even told you about how to get the town hall. It says click the portal to do so, doesn't it? Where'd that tip go? Yeah, you have enough money to unlock the town hall. To not unlock, build the town hall. It's, how do we even describe this? It's southeast of your, it's east of the portal. The sign to do so is east of the portal. But it's not, you might be like, well, where is it? I'm east of the portal right now. How do we indicate that it's way the heck over here? I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I'm just gonna say it's east of the portal. I don't know how else to say it. The sign to do so is east of the portal. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, so hire adventurer. You only have one adventurer and you have enough money to hire the next one. So it has enough money and num adventurers. All right, so on money changed. Has enough money is just this is greater than the adventurer hire cost. What is this called? New adventurer cost. 1. Yeah. Okay. And then hazmat conditions going to be that you have enough money and your number of adventurers is exactly, well, I guess it's just less than 2. We don't care about how much time. Maybe we do. Maybe it shouldn't be as soon as you get enough money. But then again, if you have 75 gold in the beginning of the game, you have nothing else you can really spend it on. So you have enough money to hire another adventurer. Click the guild master to do so. Do I need a long for number of adventures? Yeah, you're right. That was just a copy paste thing. Okay, now, when do we know that you changed this value? Also, thank you, Emerald, and hi. Oh, is there a difference between canvas item is visible and is visible in tree? I'm not positive that that's true, although I didn't know is visible was a thing. I only knew about visible. Visible is that you called show on it, but its parent isn't necessarily visible. And is visible in tree is at least everything in the ancestry is visible. But I am not aware of is visible, so possibly that's the same as is visible in tree. All right, so how do we know that you've hired an adventurer? On hire adventurer, the guild has it? Do we have access to the guild? No. Oh, man. Isn't this pretty important? We must call something. Yeah, hired adventurer. There it is. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Town.hired adventurer. Does this have... I just want like an on hired adventurer thing. How do we get how many of these we have? I guess we just need to access it from the town. Yeah. Num adventurers equals town.get adventurers.count. Except for that's an IEnumerable, which means they now need link. Whatever, it's fine. It's an O event operation that happens only when you hire a new adventurer. It's talking about visible. Talks say if true, canvas item is drawn. Node is only visible if all of its ancestors are visible as well. Wait a second, that can't be true. Because I tested this. And I don't think that's the case. I think this is just confusing wording. I think the is drawn bit means that it will call a draw function. But then I think that's going to have a check to see if it's visible in the tree. I think it's bad wording. Because I'm nearly positive that I looked into this. Let's take a look at this. I guess you probably need to search for with underscores. This is one of the really annoying problems about Godot using GDScript first, is that even just searching for the right variable is a little bit harder. And I guess documentation. Visible documentation. This is dumb. I should use the label. I'm not going to find this. Anyway, it's fine. 47 open issues. I'm not going to look through that right now, but okay, so on money change, you have enough money. You have not hired a new adventurer yet. Wait, yeah, you would have, I guess you would have had to hire your first adventurer, but the game told you to do that. The game forced you to do that. The game doesn't force you to hire the second one. Well, it kind of does, but not really. Okay, so you have enough money to hire another adventurer. Click the guildmaster to do so. Yeah, that sounds fine. All right, scale points. Scale points. Scale points. So allocate scale point. I think we're going to delete the scale point system. Oh, I never got to talk about any of that, did I? When did I do this? When did I do this? I made a document and Kevin read through the whole thing, but I don't remember. November 19th, Tuesday. Couldn't stream yesterday. Yeah, so I never talked about this. Okay, I came to a bunch of conclusions. And I was playing through the game the other day, and one of the things I noticed is that battles were too hard. The way that the game works is that at any given point, you have a maximum rank you can reach. So when I click this train button, I'll go up to rank 2, and then that's it. That's as much power as I can ever get on this character. And the only thing I can change is either, do I want this skill point or this skill point? And that's it. You have one skill point. You have no other levels you can get. You can't click this button again. So when you hit that power ceiling, it's like, well, it's not a lot of strategy difference between clicking this button and this button. Maybe there could be a power difference, but once you've tested all the combinations, it's like, well, that's it. You've done what you can. Battles aren't going to be any easier for you. And I think the problem with that is that the win rate is pretty low for some of those instances that I had. That was just a poor balancing problem. But if this game were played completely idly, it'd be okay if there's a 40% win rate because you wouldn't be paying attention to it. You'd be like, yeah, well, I'm winning some of the time, so I'll just leave my computer for 4 hours and I'll come back and I'll have some money. But especially at the beginning of the game, it's not totally idle. Hey, Noda. Over on YouTube. So that was one problem. The battles were too hard. And part of the reason they were too hard is because all of the enemies have the same attack in the game. And the cooldowns used to be such that an enemy could be more than twice as powerful just by having a low cooldown. And that was just too big of a range that we had. So anyway, that was toned down. I also want to tone down the battles and make it easier. I think the other problems I started realizing were we have a skill tree in the game. And it was sort of a cutesy play on skill tree. Okay, you get skill points, you're a skeleton. But these are re-specializable. So you could get points in this and then be like, you know what? Actually, I don't need this right now. I'm going to put points in this skill. That's great, except that there aren't enough situations in the game where you're like, I need this skill over this skill. So the re-specializing is kind of pointless. And we also added in this thing now, which lets you just outright buy things. This costs 50 gold. You spend the money, and now you have it forever. So I think all of these things should also be things that you pretty much just have forever. And that means that we don't even need this player skills tree to exist. It could just be the town hall. So that was another conclusion. Hey, Ramy. And then yet another conclusion was that maybe the enchanter needs to be changed. I haven't fully thought about this, but this is a way of you manually adding some buffs. So I can drag a potion here and I get an enchantment. I think we need to change this whole system. Hey, Unknown. And I have some ideas for this, but it's not going to happen in the next day. So it doesn't matter. We'll just talk about it after checkpoint 4. So yeah, there was a reason I brought all this up. Oh yeah, because of skill points. So for tomorrow, I got to teach players how to use skill points, but then the system's probably going away completely. Etymological reason behind having a double L in skill, just so that people knew for sure how to pronounce it. Although I still think one L would also have worked and is probably better. Anyway, the skeleton is French. There. You forced my hand. All right, so allocate skill point tip. All right, so has spent skill point and time of acquiring skill point. This is going to be practically exactly the same code. It's all. It wasn't just big L, it was big L. It's extra E on the end. Okay, so there needs to be. Wait, why is this used? Oh, I see. Update available skill points is not a thing. Yeah, I'm gonna find this. Modify available skill points. Updated available skill points. Okay, it's working fine so far. So we just need to change this. Updated available. We can't even do that. Skill points. Okay, now what did this pass in? Because it's not this. It passed in an integer, number of points. And all we care about if points is greater than 0, then time of acquiring is now. Okay, good. Now we need to know that you have not spent a skill point. Spend skill point. We don't have a function for this, I'm pretty sure. Release will be a single W. Maybe he's going nuts from the lack of heat. What was he doing? I wanted to see, is there a way that we can tell that you spent a skill point? I don't think so. Why is this disabled? Oh, did we disable this project wide? Why is this gray? Huh, why is this gray? Remove unnecessary suppression, but if I removed this, wouldn't it complain about this? Clearly, this is not an unnecessary suppression. Oh my god, Super Apple music. Yeah, I don't know why it thinks this isn't needed. It all froze shut. Got thoughts that are just clogged, trying to get out the door. I guess what we could do is just figure out this number rise. Right? Invoke with your current skill points. Yeah, it's fine for now. I think it's okay. Private int last seen num skill points. This is here. And if points is less than the last seen number, then you have spent a skill point. That was not supposed to have copied like that. Now we delete that. We delete that. And I think we're good. You have an unspent skill point. Are we capitalizing those? No. spend it by clicking the player skills button in the upper left. Yeah. I think it's obvious that it's implied that you're supposed to do something after that, right? It's not like you just spend it by clicking this button, but clearly you will notice it popped up a dialogue and then do something with it. All right, what next? Timed tips. Haha, we're finally almost done. I hate this task. Because I want to get done with some other stuff and make sure that we're ready. Yeah, so let's not format this. So time tips, how do we want to do that? Starting multiple battles. This is basically just has long enough passed without showing you a tip. And do we have another tip we can show you? Starting multiple battles is one we can tell you at the beginning of the game, but providing feedback, shouldn't we wait long enough? I guess maybe they'll all just have different amounts of minimum times before they tell you this. Yeah. Yeah. I think we'll just make a timed tip. Yeah, just the same classes and parameters. Yeah, yeah. This is a tip that should show after some amount of time of not showing any other tips. We need to pass in something for the constructor here. Long num sec to wait before showing this tip, which is useful. I'm not doing that. Private. That was supposed to be this. Why you no work? Okay. Now hazmat conditions is going to be the elapsed time is just this. It's going to be the elapsed time minus like creation time or something like that. Start time. I don't remember how ticks works. It's since the process started, right? I think it's safe to just type in a start time. It doesn't matter. Private, long, start time. It might work that way, and it, like I said, it doesn't matter. Do you need to sort in a private property if you use the shorthand constructor? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I don't think you do. A long second is like 10 seconds. It's like a hot minute. In fact, they're identical. Start time is this. So the elapsed time needs to be greater than the number of seconds of wait. We don't care about this. We don't care about this. And then this string needs to be passed in, I guess. String, tip string. There. Make field read only, sure. How about your minutes right now? You didn't cover them in foam? So last night, power was out. I've already mentioned this a bunch of times, but I wanted to heat up some food, and we have a gas stove. So we tried turning on the gas stove, and you can hear gas coming out, but it's not igniting. Presumably that's electric, that part of it. So I got the torch to light candles, and I held it near the stove, and I'm like, I can't do it. I'm too scared. So my wife called me a baby, and then she did it, and I had my dinner. But yeah, it's like sticking a fork in a toaster that's off. It's not going to actually cause any harm, but it still triggers some like primitive red flag in your brain. Uses a spark to light a stove, just like a spark plug in a car. That could be mechanical though, but yeah, it's not. And it makes sense why it's not, because it might not have lit the first time and you have to keep twisting the knob. But it's still terrifying to hold a torch to a gas source. Yeah. It's like feeling scared to pour boiling water into the kettle. What? What? It's not at all like that. The other scary thing, if you're ever changing a car battery, I had to write down instructions for myself because you see sparks at one point, it's totally normal. But when I was first about to like attach the terminals again or whatever, I was terrified. Certain things where you're just like, I don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, why would you pour hot water into a kettle? Didn't you grow up on a farm? Are you asking me? I didn't say I grew up on a farm. I said it was country-ish. I'm curious, what made you think this broken crop? Used a small lighter to ignite it and drives you crazy? Even though there's probably no need for that? Anything gas kind of scares me. Yeah. For a while, there are gas stations around here that have notices that say something like, don't use your cell phone near the gas pump. And I'm getting conflicting messages now because now they have NFC for payment and you can't do that without having your cell phone on. So I don't know what caused this rule. I don't know if this was something like cell phones are different now than they were 10 years ago, or if it was like the don't use Wi-Fi when a plane is taking off. But I just stand around looking out into nothingness when I'm at a gas pump now. When I hear countryish, my mind goes to farms, I guess. No, that's fair. That's fair. Bought her one of the long lighters. Still use the small ones just because. Well, some habits are hard to break. All right, so we need 3 timed tips. I don't even know where the tip system just went. You can still ignite the fumes. Chance is very small. Actually, I guess phones have exploded in people's pockets, right? So I guess even just having a cell phone anywhere near the gas pump, man, that would be terrible. I think it's already terrible to have a phone explode in your pocket, but imagine if it explodes in front of a gas pump. I assume there are some protections somehow, but that might be a dumb assumption. I assume it's due to the, the lithium ion battery explosion defects, yeah. Man. Yeah. I want to get an electric vehicle for multiple reasons, but I don't want reliance on gas and I don't want to have to wait at gas pumps anymore. Also, I don't really drive. We have one car and my wife drives to work and I obviously don't drive to work because I am right now in our place. So she mostly uses the car, but then paradoxically, I mostly am the one to fill it up with gas. So I'd like to not have to do that. All right, tip ID, manual item pickup. Sounds like a good one. The tip is going to be after, honestly, it shouldn't be after just 5 minutes. It should probably be after we know that you found an item or something. I think this is fine. All right, so this is worth number of seconds before doing this. So 5 minutes. And the tip is going to be you can manually pick up items by clicking them. All right, multiple simultaneous battles. Why is it not auto-filling this for me? That's good. How long should this one be, though? Also, what even causes this to happen? Elapsed time is just greater than this. And another tip couldn't have shown for the last 10 seconds. So if these have the same timers, then there's going to be a problem there. I guess let's show this one after 10 minutes. I don't know. You've got to have 2 adventurers. When should you have 2 adventurers? I don't know, 15 minutes. Sure. Whatever. All right, next up, wish listing on Steam. How long do I expect people to play this for? I think this one should maybe happen after 45 minutes. Because if you play for that long, probably you're going to actually like the game. maybe 30 minutes. No, I think 45 is good. Let you understand if you even like the game. Yeah. And then provide feedback. Provide feedback should probably be done. Should it be timed even? When do we ask you to provide feedback? Maybe 30 minutes? You don't have to have played the game for super long to be able to provide feedback. I don't know. I think somewhere in the range of like 20 to 30 probably. I'm going to say 30. Yeah. Maybe. Is it a thing in the US where adults would scare children away from doing annoying things or dangerous things with some fictitious justifications? Like don't whistle or you'll lose all your money? Yeah, probably. I mean, at least I heard a couple of these growing up. I think it's hard to tell if someone's doing it just to get you to stop or because they're actually superstitious and believe that they believe this thing that's true. Like don't let a black cat cross your path. I don't think people are saying this because of annoying behavior. They probably just honestly believe this is bad luck. But yeah, the whole like let's play the be quiet game or something. I think anything along those lines is just to get kids to stop doing stuff. Okay, there's one more tip we need, which is to tell them that you've beaten all the content. So when you beat the dragon, this should show up. How do we know you've beaten the dragon? I don't know yet. I can see the wisdom in stepping under a ladder gives bad luck. Yeah, and same thing, I guess, with breaking a mirror. Like, I guess almost no matter how you would break a mirror, it could potentially hurt you. Wait, hold on. I'm fine with the advice and everything else, but that you shouldn't mix juice and milk, and that's a product you buy at the store. What is the product? What is a juice and milk mixture? It's probably something that I'm just not aware of, and I know. Ice cream? I could maybe count it. This? It's fruit milk. I've not seen that before. Your mother was right. Your mother was gonna say, "Don't buy that drink." It was disgusting, and they never sold it again. You shouldn't release that product. I'm glad I commented on this because I was quite perplexed reading that. Also, I don't really count ice cream as being juice and milk, but also if you were to say something about milk, I would expect it to be in liquid form. Same thing with juice, I guess. Because if you said like, oh, they sell frozen juice, it's called popsicles, I'd be like, well, I guess that's true. But you'd have to say frozen juice. I honestly thought it was ice cream. I I I guess some fruits work well with milk, but like you wouldn't want orange milk, right? I think that'd be bad. I think banana, strawberry, pretty much anything you put in a smoothie, I guess. What are other good ones? Yeah, I guess any berries. I'm trying to think of what else. Like I wouldn't put apple. And I guess that drink had pineapple on it, but that feels weird to me. It's super common for kids to have in Spain. It's mostly juice. Yeah, peaches for sure. Actually, I guess any of those oatmeal flavors that they had, right? What was it? Bananas, peach, then yeah, berries, apricots. I guess maybe it's easier to just list the bad fruits. Maybe apple and orange with milk. Durian. I've never had a durian. I don't ever want to have a durian. All right, how do we figure out that you've beaten an elite instance? Beat elite instance for the first time. Nice. That's all we need to do then. So we make one final tip, and it's going to be beaten existing content or completed. What is going on? Did this work? Yeah, it worked. Okay, weird. All right, that's not going to be a time tip. It's going to be a completed existing content tip. Delete all this stuff. What is on my clipboard right now? That. Yes, I want that. All right, what's this closest to? I don't know. Hired venture. Sure, whatever. Okay, so this is going to be has beaten existing content. And it's going to be when you've unlocked this plus equal beat elite instance for first time. And there we go. So has beaten existing content is that you've beaten the dragon. If ID equals instance ID dot, I guess it's the crypt, then this is set to true. The condition is just that you've done that. We delete all of this stuff. We put this stuff up here. And we say something like, congratulations, you've beaten the dragon. This marks the end of v0.4. The end of the prepared content in v0.4. You can now play around with the for a bit, but things won't be balanced. And there's not a lot of new stuff. Please don't forget to wishlist the game and leave feedback. Press escape now. Thank you for playing. And we can't put a real emoji here, so I'll just put :D. Hey, ready for wars? All the spoilers. I mean, these are very, very minor spoilers. All right, so now we need to test every single tip. But the problem is we can't speed time up because I did this through C# timers. So we just got to lower the times for all of these. So how about we change this? Let's change all the timed tips. In fact, let's just change them with the constructor. And we'll say if the elapsed time times 60 is greater than or equal to the number of seconds await. Okay, let's try that. Final boss spoiled. It's actually not the final boss. The final boss is going to be, and it's going to drop a certain item that you would certainly want in the game. All right, so we're just going to wait around. We should see some tips pop up. Oh, actually, you know what I could do? I could speed up the tip timer, but not the actual tip thing. Yeah, so this should work. So we should see a tip. Yep, you can manually pick up items by clicking them. We should see the next one pretty soon. Because there's only 15 seconds, right? Why am I not seeing a tip? Ah, there we go. You can start at 3 battles at a time. Cool. Now we wait another 15 seconds. I know I should have divided by more than, or multiplied by more than 60. Provide feedback. Okay. And the final tip. Yep, cool. Okay, next thing to do is to make sure that you cannot see multiple tips at a time. So now we're going to multiply this by 600, which should cause them all to be visible at once. That's so sweet. Go you. You haven't heard what the love is for, though. The love is for the American land. just the soil itself. Right, he started 3 battles at a time. Yep, so we stopped that, and then we just had this play again, and it should spawn another tip pretty soon. Yep, but it's randomizing these. I think this is fine. Why is this taking so long? That's strange. Why is this taking so long? I multiplied by... Oh, there's a problem here. We add these to tips we can show, but we never then check to see if you've still met the conditions. Oh, we should do that again. Not drat. Okay. Make sure the conditions are still met. It's possible they aren't if you no longer have money or you've spent a point or something. Actually, if the conditions... that's fine, whatever. The whole sugar and food thing I've always found interesting. Assumption is that food products with sugar in them sell better. I'll see a bunch of people complaining about all the sugar. So are the people complaining the minority? I think it's like one of those things. Imagine if the air was polluted. Polluted air is not good for you. And it's something that you don't want to have be the case. So you're just complaining about the existence of it more so than you're like, I don't know, we need to do something about this. I think it's something like that with sugar for a lot of people. It's like if you want to find sugar-free bread in the US, it's not the easiest thing to do, and it might be more expensive. And if enough other people cared, then it wouldn't be hard. So it's probably something like that. That's my guess. Where it's like, I'd like to have less sugar, but it's just so convenient and so prevalent that it's hard to avoid, or it's more costly to avoid. You need to look for unsweet milk. I still don't totally know why this is taking so long. We're multiplying by 600. How long is this? In the tip system. The longest one is 45. I guess let's put this at the bottom so that they're arranged in order. So 45 times 60 is 2,700. Divided by 600 would be 4.5. So 4.5 seconds would have to pass since the beginning of the game. But then the tip system only does things every 10 seconds, but those are Godot seconds, and I'm running 8x speed, so it's whatever, 1.25 actual seconds. So yeah, why did it take so long for this thing to show up? I don't know. I don't know. Why did that take so long? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? Why did that take such a long time? I mean, it might not have been 7 exact seconds, but it should have been like 1, right? What am I doing here? And what tip was that? You can manually pick up items. That's 5 times 60. That's 300. And this is going at a rate of 600. I don't know. I don't know. Got to be something else going on here. Maybe Godot timers. No, that's not possible. I was going to say maybe they're not affected by the speed up time, but they should be. I mean, I guess we could just find out by doing this. Set a breakpoint there, wait for it to get hit, and then after 1 second, it should get hit again. I can't click the play button for some reason. Oh, there we go. Yep, 1, 1. Yeah, it's taking 1.25 seconds. So that part's correct. Huh. I don't know. Yeah, weird. I don't know. It's got to be something in here. I just don't get why this is happening this way. Is this getting called every so often? Let's restart the game. So it gets hit for all the tips at once. Oh, then it got hit. What? Tips we can show should just contain, it contains everything. I'm a little confused. Why is that not getting hit again? Why did it take so long? Oh yeah, I'm very confused. Oh, because of the time between tips, right? Is that why? Yeah, that's why. Okay, I forgot about this. I forgot I coded that. Yeah, this was, I forgot this feature even existed. You're not allowed to, this is 10 real seconds have to pass in between showing tips. Yeah, okay. Well, then great. Everything's working just fine. Oh, was not thinking about that. So we can just delete this stuff. And now we need to test the other tips. So what are the other ones? Augment Portal we tested, Train Adventurer. So Train Adventurer is based on that you have not already trained one and you have enough money. Okay, cool. So we'll just click grant money and then increase the game speed, and it should tell us that we can train an adventurer, right? Or hire one, I mean. Why is it not showing anything? Oh yeah, because it was 60 seconds. You have enough money to hire another adventurer. Click the guild master to do so. Click to dismiss and hire an adventurer. Okay, cool. So now we hired the mage. Now let's, oh wait, no, let's not train any of them. Yeah, you have enough money to train an adventurer. Doing so makes them more powerful. Click the adventurers button in the upper left, then click train. Okay, we click train. Now we're not going to spend a skill point. And it should tell us about how to spend a skill point. You have enough money to unlock the dungeon. Okay, it does that first. So let's unlock that. Now it should tell us about spending the skill point. It's not doing that. Oh, wait, because it's got to be like 60 real seconds. Oh, man. Oh, well, whatever. I'm just waiting around then. Is there no Godot timer API that does the equivalent to query performance counter? There probably is, or if not for that, then for C#. Yeah, this isn't a very efficient way of testing. I know, I don't feel like restarting this. So we're just gonna wait a minute for this thing to show up. There we go. You have enough money to train an adventurer. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. But I'd already trained an adventurer. Wait, what? Did it? Oh, did I forget to fill out one of these things? Spending a skill point? Oh, yeah, I did. That's why we test. All right, so you have an unspent skill point. At least one of you. No, I'll just say you have an unspent skill point. Click the adventurers button in the upper left and spend it. Okay, there. Okay, so we found a bug. And then have we tested all of these? Augment portal, train, allocate skill point, not skill point, and not the town hall. But everything else we've tested. So not a skill point. Let's go do that. we can't do that because we need to complete a quest. Okay, let's complete a quest. No, get that out of there. There. All right, now we complete the quest. And we should see something show up about skill points. It might take a minute for it to happen. Yeah, it does take a minute for it to happen. All right, well, in the meantime, I guess we can also try to trigger the tip about completed the existing content. So we got to go beat the dragon. So we augment this, go into the canyon, win, augment it again, and then beat the crypt. Congratulations, you've beaten the dragon. This marks the end of the prepared content in v0.4. You can now play around for a bit, but things won't be balanced and there's not a lot of new stuff. Please don't forget to wishlist the game and leave feedback. Press escape now. Thank you for playing. Cool. So we should see the tip about spending a skill point because we have 1 skill point and we haven't spent it. But that takes a minute from when we had gotten the skill point, which should be pretty soon. There it is. You have an unspent skill point. Spend it by clicking the player skills button in the upper left. This is fantastic. Yeah, this is going to help a lot of people out. Barely usable. You have a big saver. Ever think about that? I have not. It's just the tip of the iceberg. What was the thing you were all talking about last time with this? Maybe it was still a tipping system. I don't remember. All right, well, that's done. We've done all this. You misspelled Skella. Wait, did I actually? Skell point has 2 L's intentionally, but we're probably just deleting these. Where's the tip on this? Here it is. You have an unspent skill point. Spend it by clicking player skills. Yeah. This is intentionally spelled this way. Signs. Yeah, it was signs. That's right. All right, save and load the tips. Let's go do that. I guess we'll just save it in its own thing. Tip save data. Excuse me. Or maybe tip system save data. Do we have the word system in here somewhere else? No. I'm going to call it tip system save data. I like that better. All right, now let's go into guild save data and save this as tip system save data. Then rename it and save the hash set of tip IDs. That is all of the tips we've already shown. Oh, we can't do things this way. Yeah, we need to give it a constructor. Hang on a second. Excuse me. Not a good sign you didn't remember. How confident are we about launch tomorrow? I think there are different dimensions along which to have confidence. So, for example, there could be the fun aspect of the game, the amount of like crashes or performance, the just sort of readiness, being ready in time, being able to launch, and probably a whole bunch of other things. I'm feeling pretty confident. Let's say we did no work today and I just pushed the game out there. I think people would be confused in ways that I could have predicted, but I think they would generally have fun with the game. Yeah. Okay. So what happened here? This should take in a hash set of tip IDs. And we'll call this scene tips. I still don't really understand what's going on here, but let's go look at save data because one of the save data files should have the same thing that I've done. This is not even what I want. Where's the thing that I want? Open editors. What? What is going on right now? There we go. One of these has a dictionary that gets passed in. Ah, here it is. Yeah. Pass in a hash set, set it to get and init. I see. Okay, tip system save data, set to init. We need tip ID and we need hash set. Cool. Cannot implicitly convert hash set to bool. Oh my god, that's why? Because I'm just dumb. New type of hash set. Yeah, just being an idiot. Yeah. All right. Next, we need to set this up. Yeah, so in the town, I guess the tip system will have like a get save data. Actually, I do this elsewhere, so we'll just find where I set that. Oh man, I'm just trying to go to the tip system here. Here it is. All right, so we need a property, and this is going to be a tip system save data. And we're going to return a new one of these that has just one thing, which is the scene tips. Not a list. Doesn't need this. There we go. Hey, cool cat. All right, so we get the save data. Let's go get this from the town. Save tip system save data. Tip system dot save data. Okay, cool. Now we need to save off the tip system, which should happen in 2 different places and doesn't. This should be here and here. Good. Then we save this thing. Good. And I think we're pretty good right now. Oh, no, we're not loading it. Silly me. All right, well, tip system. Don't we have to init this thing? No, we don't. That happens from ready. I guess just load from save data. All right. Put this up here. And then we'll make this load in the scene IDs. It should just know what to do. Yeah. Does not contain a definition for shown tips and has no blah, 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 blah. Scene tips. So wait a second. I used the wrong word. Oh, yeah. This is shown and the other one is seen. I guess it doesn't matter. But I probably should change it. Let's call it shown tips. Now what? Did that break everything? We'll find out. Favorite thing about making your own game? I think that it's probably first worth saying what's even different about making your own game. And I feel like it's control over things. So about the game design, about the schedule, about which tasks you tackle, about the team you work with, and I guess other decisions like pricing. Probably some other things I'm forgetting here. Of these, what is my favorite probably? Because, by the way, you can get all of these impacts working for someone else's game, right? Like maybe you're just the person trusts you enough and you have full control over everything. So, yeah. Hang on one sec. Coughing went up by quite a lot. What is my favorite thing out of this? I guess also like the tech you work with. You know, it's hard to point to any one thing here, but I think to sort of shortcut having to address any of these, it's that it's fulfilling for me. It's hard to figure out what is tipping that equation in favor of being fulfilling. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess at a high level, it's control over stuff. Yeah. And so I think it's those two answers. I hope that's not a cop out. Yeah, it's much more fulfilling for me. Is it more about releasing the game or just working on it? In this case, it's a little of both. I think the journey is worth focusing on because of how long it takes and how much work there is along the way. But there is also a goal, and I think that goal will be fun. And I think it'll be neat to explore what happens if this game is actually successful. And people usually ask me after I mention the word success to start defining success. And I should really just make a command at something. At the very least, it sells, let's say, like $10,000 worth of copies, which is not a monetary success, to be honest, because of how long I'll have spent working on this and how long everyone else has spent working on this. But let's just call that the first baseline for success. Types all the options, proceeds to stare at the options. It's not an existential crisis. It's me trying to answer what I kind of think the question is from what I see in chat. Because a lot of times with asynchronous conversations on Twitch, you have to sort of guess where people are going so that you can answer the spirit of the question. So I didn't want to give a cop-out answer and just be like, oh, it's all the stuff I have control over. But maybe that is the answer. Okay, so we did quite a lot for this. Why is this yellow? Do not declare visible instance fields. What? Is this just an order thing? What? Did I do this differently from how I do other things? Oh, yeah, I apparently do. What am I supposed to do? Why? How is that supposed to look? On close. I am very confused right now. There it is. Public event action. Ah, that's what. This is why I need a snippet or something for this, because I never remember this. Now maximum volume as I try to drown out the neighbor's dog endlessly barking. All right, I'll try to be careful about coughing. Adam can say hang out with me in chat while making it. That's it. That's what it is. It's Ramy. Seem very focused and driven. Well, thanks, Styles. I think part of it had to do with the timeline of Botland. I was probably this focused and driven for what, a year, 2 years? But the project spanned for 5 years. And there were stretches of time where even though I was doing what I wanted to be doing, and I still sort of believed in it, I'd wake up and be like, man, I just can't keep grinding away at this. It's just such a long timeline, and it's hard to stay focused for that long. And also, I didn't know what I know now. I really strongly believe in the whole you should release early and often and validate what you're doing. And I wasn't doing that. I didn't have the confidence that what I'm making was going to be good or going to be well received or going to make money. There were just endless decisions to make. I had a different development philosophy altogether. I'm just going to click a bunch of buttons and we're going to make sure that nothing is totally broken because I changed quite a lot. Yeah, looks like everything's fine. I know it's the tip system we were just modifying, but I just want to make sure no errors printed out. Yeah, it looks like we're good. We just have warnings about UIDs. I always keep looking through this stuff. Yep. Yeah, a lot of little things had to change to make this possible, but most of the changes should be consolidated inside that tip system that I have. Oh, you know what I didn't do? If I hit save game here, it should save the tips, right? Tip system. Yeah, shown tips is nothing. So how do we get it to show something? It should show something soon, right? We haven't spent any skill points, so it should at least complain about that. It would take... Oh, no, it won't do that because I turned it off completely. Well, let's make sure loading works before I do anything different. It looks like it fully broke. Yeah, whoops. All right, what's the problem here? Each parameter and deserialization constructor of tip system save data must bind to an object property. Why is that a problem? What happened there? There's like some shop save data that we can look at for this. Yeah, what happened here? I don't think I need to worry about that. This stuff, add, yeah, what? Would you have as much fun if you'd been paid to work on this, but you couldn't stream it and the game wasn't tied to your name? No, I don't think so. I think at this point in my career, I'm thinking more about the fulfillment part than compensation. And I think part of the fulfillment is being around people in some form. And that form right now is Twitch. But back when I was working at Google, I was a remote employee. And I talked about this stuff a lot in that video I made on this. But I was a remote employee and I wouldn't want to work for someone else and be totally isolated. It might feel different if I were going into an office working on a game. But even then, I kind of doubt it. How excited are you for the new Sonic movie? I don't think I've seen any of the Sonic movies. So not very excited. What? Yeah, they just didn't look that interesting to me. They're low-key guy. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know. I'm just not interested for some reason. I don't remember. I think the last Sonic game I played was Sonic Mania. Was that even what it was called? Sonic Mania? Yeah. And I thought that was a pretty good game. That was apparently 7 years ago. I don't think I've played one since. And my favorite Sonic game was Sonic Adventure 2 Battle on GameCube. And that was because of the little chows. Okay, so loading broke and I don't know why. Let's just take a look at what I did for shop save data and see how that gets saved. Because scene item IDs should start at 0. I probably granted items, so it's probably not still 0. No, it definitely exists. What did I do differently with that? Did I do differently? Save it. I don't know. I think it's getting serialized correctly. I don't think it's getting loaded correctly. Save. Your Dreamcast set up in the home office? Still play and raise my light and dark chows all the time? Yeah, the GameCube version had connectivity with Game Boy Advance. And there was a Game Boy Advance Chow Garden. And the wildest thing, one of the wildest things I've ever seen in a video game at all. Where is this thing? Here it is. Yeah. So you could raise a Chow on your Game Boy. Anyway, the craziest thing I saw was you could play Phantasy Star Online. And then in that game, there was a Game Boy Advance station in it. And you could connect your Game Boy Advance and then get something in the Chow Garden. You got like some custom Chow. It was one of the craziest forms of connectivity between games. And it was just some random quest in Phantasy Star Online. Like, how many people could even take advantage of that and wanted to take advantage of that? Just like, why did they code all of that? It just blew me away when I saw it. Improve the satisfying playing mini games. Use take it to school. Yeah, I'd heard of this. I didn't have a Dreamcast. And I played it maybe once or twice. The Dreamcast, not Sonic on Dreamcast. And it seemed like a really cool system. I'm not totally sure why it failed. But yeah. Well, the controllers are just nuts. It looks like a spaceship. Like a bad spaceship. For the love of the game. I mean, probably. Also, hi, Krasner. Yeah, probably. All right, try to load game. This is suggesting that we can't serialize something in here, but I don't know why that wouldn't be possible. Gotta be something else that I'm just missing, right? Set tip ID. It's not even the saving part, it's a loading part. Yeah, I can't read this thing. What is going on here? I'm kind of just meandering right now. I probably need to put some more thought into what I'm doing. Looney Tunes Space Race was my jam. Did I play that? Do I need to add the serializable attribute? I might. Did I add it here, though? I didn't add it for any of this stuff. That's what makes me wonder, why would that be needed? Here I had a list of that save data. Maybe that's what caused it. Was there anything else in one of these? No. Entities, game save options, no. This had it, start instant save data. We had a hash set in here. I didn't do anything differently. Is it how I'm using this? It must be how I'm loading this, right? List.unlocked. Load from save data. I don't know. I didn't use union with though, but I don't think it's coming from union with. I think it's coming from loading, deserializing, yeah. Each parameter name must match with a property or field in the object. Oh my God, I might know what I did wrong. Maybe I saved back before I changed a name. Oh my God, please tell me that's not what happened. Shown tips versus seen tips. I don't know. I don't think it's that though. Looney Tunes Space Race. No, I never played this game. I didn't play a lot of Looney Tunes games. I played a basketball game. That was pretty fun. Where even is that game? Looney Tunes. I think it was called Looney Tunes Basketball, yeah. That was the only way you could get me to like sports games, is if you put like Mega Man in them. Or if you put Looney Tunes in them. I did not like regular sports games. Have you been to the Space Jam website? No, I haven't. Okay, the JSON looks fine. We have shown tips in there. I click load game and it just breaks. And it's got to be coming from this. Object with parameterized constructor. Okay, maybe that's the problem. Did I need to make a converter for that? No, I didn't. Played so much Looney Tunes B-Ball. Yeah, it was a good game. Also, I hate Two Dorks. The other game I was kind of obliquely referencing there was Mega Man Soccer. Like, what a weird idea for a game. I don't even know how well this game did, but it was exactly what it sounds like. And I don't even think it was that fun because I didn't really like soccer, and adding Mega Man to this wasn't like the greatest addition. But yeah, you played as some of the Mega Man characters and you had special abilities. They also had that Street Fighter-esque game in Mega Man 7 or something. All right, I am just perplexed. What is going on? Must bind to an object property or field on deserialization. And it's definitely saying it's the tip system save data. Town save data? Maybe I didn't do something correctly. Tip system save data. I don't know what's different here. Instant sentinel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. All right, I'll probably need to take another break pretty soon. Yeah, I'll just look at where this thing is used. That's about all I can glean for right now. Turn a new one of these things. We don't have anything else we need to set. When loading from it, we just pull this thing in. And this load is called where? Doesn't really matter where it's called. It's not load that's failing. Yeah, I don't know. Check out NBA Street V3. You can play street basketball as Mario, Luigi, or Peach. I think I might have seen this. Yeah, I think I had seen this. They look very out of place. Also, the game's colors make it look like it's a post-apocalyptic world. Like, shouldn't basketball not have like a dark gray sky when you're playing? Why did they do that? Also, hey, Ski, thank you for the feedback. Is the property on the instance name shown tips like it is in the JSON? I think it is. Here's what I'll do. I'll try saving again. Yeah. It's an awfully wonderful game. No, yeah, it's still broken. Okay. It's just load and it's just reading from that one little bit in the JSON file. What have I done? I just don't see any difference between that and this thing that we have. I don't know what we did differently. Warehouse.save data. That's here. Return a new thing. This set items is a list though. I guess it's not the hash set. Yeah, the scene tips thing, I just restarted this, so I think everything should be fine there. Unless something, I don't know what else could be going wrong here. Like I don't have the word scene tips anywhere else, do I? Oh my God, this has to match? Hold on a second. If that's the case, then I did not realize that. I definitely need to take a break. Hang on a second. Let me look at where the other one was. It was like shop save data. Was that name the same thing? Scene item IDs? Yeah, maybe that's what does it. Save data. I can't believe that. Because it's still not the exact same wording, right? But I guess I can figure it out. Guess I didn't seen that one coming. Guess I didn't shown that one. I'd be kind of surprised if this fixed it. It does? Seriously? Wow. Because it's still not the same name. But I guess it's close enough and C# knows what to do. Huh. Well, I think several people commented on that. Let me take a look. Well, barely usable definitely did. I could have sworn somebody else did. Why can't I scroll up? Thought someone else did. Okay, well, anyway, there's a point for barely usable. What do we do now? We test to see if this thing even works. It says you have enough money to train an adventurer. Okay, so now we save and we load and we see if it's ever going to say that again. Probably not. Where'd our save file go here? Shown tips 2. That's good enough right now. No, only me. All right, it's been about what, 10 seconds? So we just got to wait a casual like 50 more seconds. How about this? Let's just take the break now. And when I come back, somebody please remind me that the game had better not. Wait. We got to save again. Wait. What's tip number 2? Tip number 2 is train adventure. Oh my God, there's so many tips. We're going to save the game and load and not see any of those tips when we come back, I hope. I will be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello, hello. Close the game. Good job, everyone who just played for the first time. Okay, so we see this about manually picking up items, but we should never see any other ones. That was the what? The 5-minute tip? Manual pickup, 5 minutes, yeah. So as long as we wait 10 seconds and we don't see another tip pop up, I think we're pretty good. Yeah, I think it's been 10 seconds. Okay, now it's definitely been 10 seconds. So let's move on. We're going to check this in. This is a pretty big change. Looks good. Looks good. We need to do something about quests still. By the way, I'll probably stream for maybe another hour and then do the other stuff off stream. I'm not sure. Debug, disable. Wait a second. Why did that seemingly not work? Tips shouldn't have been showing at all. Right? There shouldn't be any tip showing. And so far there isn't. Why did it showed after loading the game? Oh, I guess because skip tutorial isn't called when you load a game. Okay, that's fine. Well, that's kind of fine. It's a little weird. Load from save data is there. Skip tutorial is only called from start game. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's keep looking through this end. Good. That's good. Good. Yep. Yeah, I'm not going to look too closely through these. Worst case scenario, a tip doesn't show up at the right time. And we'll probably get feedback about it tomorrow. By the way, I don't call after loading. Yeah, that's correct. I do plan to stream tomorrow, and I'm going to launch this live. If I don't have power for whatever reason and I can get power somewhere else, then I'm going to launch it offline. But tomorrow, for those who haven't seen one of the last 3 launches, what I typically tend to do is whatever like last minute launch stuff that popped up, and then the launch, and then some combination of like playing, hanging out, and reading feedback. And usually it's just a morning stream because I've been working quite a lot in the last 2 weeks. All right, these are good. This is good. This is good. Yeah. Yeah, this is all really good. Okay, so revamp tip system. I used to show tips every 5 minutes, regardless of what you had done in the game. Also, the tips could just keep accumulating, meaning if you left the game running for, I think it was 20 minutes, you'd see all 4 tips at once. Now tips are contextual. Well, most tips are. Meaning they'll only show when you can act on them. Also, I limit the number on screen at any time to 1. Cool. Having a launch party. You know, I don't think there'd be enough interest in a real launch party. But it would be kind of cool to do something like that. I don't even know what level of success you'd have to have before that launch. Like, let's say you made Minecraft and you made, let's just say $2.5 billion. You should probably have a launch party for Minecraft 2 or for whatever other game you're going to make because you can afford it. But if you make a game and you make, let's say, I don't know, $300,000, Can you really get a bunch of people together and have a lunch party? And I think you could host like a lunch or something, a lunch launch, but you probably can't fly people out. And even catering a lunch for like $2,000 for a bunch of people is probably, well, in venue space, I guess. Excuse me. Coughing won't stop. Okay, work on clarity stuff. We did this. I'm gonna check this. Yeah, let's push this. This was fixed by it log -1. This. Anything else about tips in here that I need to look at? Organize scenes by category. Oh yeah. No. This was what? The question mark button thing? Yeah, I'll leave that there. Okay, I should probably write an issue for this. Just save and load the tip system properly. There are some, well, there are potentially some rough edges. Rough edges with the tip system as I coded it on this date. For example, augment portal tip. All right, let's go look at that. We'll chat and look forward to the milestone launch. Okay, cool. Yeah, take care, Thels. And I hope you'll play the game tomorrow too. Wait a second, what's going on? Did I not push this? Did I? What is going on? Am I in the wrong branch? Oh my god. Well, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Can I just... Did I... What did I even do? How do we fix this? UI start battle UI positioning rebase from main. Yeah, I guess so. All right, git pull. I think I pushed to my own branch called UI whatever. No, I didn't. I think I pushed to yours. Whoops. Wait, what? Where is that branch on either of these things? UI/start battle UI positioning. Nothing to show. I had to click view all because it was closed or something. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Where did that commit go? What? Branch is up to date with Kevin UI start battle UI positioning. I did push to yours? Why can't I see that? Oh, UI. I didn't realize that's how that worked. I was searching for it with UI dash or something like that. This is not the right thing. Oh, there's a view more branches thing here. Is this what I'm looking for? No, even this isn't. I am so confused. Why couldn't I find it through this UI? It's on his fork. I'm looking at mine. So, oh, I am. Oh my God. Oh man, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm gonna I'm gonna not break things now. I could just make a PR out of this. Yeah, let's take a look. I guess it'd be the easiest possible thing, right? Wait, the initial shader thing is still there? Add new line to the shader. I'm gonna cherry pick all these things. Yeah. Let's do that. Git cherry pick this and this and this. And now git log -3 should show those commits. Yeah, great. Now just push all that stuff. Hooray, we did it. All right, Kevin, I'm going to trust that you don't need that branch anymore, and then I'm not going to do anything about it. So that's the branch is broken. I don't care. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. I'm going to give you both points. Do the tips changes here help with the thoughts I had? I quite like the tips that I saw, but having some of those be contextual for things I ran into would be nice. Yes, they should totally fix that. So now, just as a quick summary, anything that does not say timed tip is contextual. So for example, augment portal is only when you have 10 gold and you haven't already augmented the portal. Train adventurer is only when you've never trained a second adventurer and you have enough money for it. So these things will show up, but they'll show up after enough time has passed, hopefully to give you a chance to figure it out for yourself. So for example, allocating a skill point, it's not just have you ever spent one before, it's also has 60 seconds passed since you got one, because the way that you'll use the UI is you're going to click train and be like, what do I do here? And that's 60 seconds has now started. And after that time has passed, it'll be like, hey, you can spend a skill point, which you might be like, yeah, I know that. And that's fine. Hey, Bazooka. All right, potentially some rough edges. For example, augment portal tip. Has a check for whether you built a shop and stores it in this. In this specific case, loading from a save file will actually work correctly. But if it didn't, then nothing would account for this case. You build a shop, you save the game, you load the game, and then you get enough money to augment the portal. The game doesn't restore all of the tip classes booleans correctly. So perhaps there's an issue lingering somewhere. This would only result in a tip not showing, which isn't the end of the world, but it may hamper someone's playthrough. Yeah, I don't know. Let's put this in game saves. Although, yeah, I'm just not going to think about this anymore. All right, we still got to do the quest thing. Outlining this would be kind of good. Ski said, when dropping an item on the slime, half the time the UI is telling me that there a slime would pop up. I'm guessing this is because Ski wasn't dragging items, but was rather clicking them, which is expected. So I should fix this bug. Sorry, I phrased that weirdly. This is a bug. I should fix this. So I click like this, and then I click like this. Wait, no. How did this happen? Maybe it was a... After feeding an item. That is strange. Video attached. I didn't see the video. It happens every other time if you drag it. Oh, let me try that. Okay, I'll look at the video. Slime video.mp4. Yeah, Ski is just dragging items. I have an area to distinguish it from the greenery around it. Probably eventually, but not by tomorrow, I think. Every other time you drag. You had a battle window open. I wonder if that somehow had an effect here. Wait a second. What just happened with that fire sword? Okay, I cannot repro this. I've got to look into it a little bit more. Ski said he was dragging items and it happened every other time he dragged an item. I can't repro this myself. I want to take a look at that fire sword thing though. What happened there? Mute and that. What? A fire sword just appeared out of the portal, right? What was that? I was holding a red sword, but not a fire sword. Oh, the cleric was holding a fire sword and then went in the portal and dropped it. Okay. I see. That's fine. That's expected. I thought I created a fire sword somehow. You can repro to Windows. Okay, great. Oh man, it's apparently a Windows problem? Question mark? I don't actually know. Also wonder what would be different about Windows here. The other thing, and this is what it always makes me think of, is this is usually different. Usually Windows folks are going to be at a different scale. I wonder if that has an issue here. No, am I dragging to a different part of the slime? No. It could be that you click afterward, but I doubt it's that. Huh. Yeah, maybe there's some other event ordering thing that only happens in Windows. Seems like releasing the button is what triggers it. But why does it only happen every other time, I wonder? Well, there are a couple things we could do about this. One is to just prevent it from popping up within like 1 second of feeding it an item. But I can't look into this too much right now. But yeah, we could prevent this by just throttling the call. For you, it happens every time. Okay. I should definitely do some testing on Windows. All right, the things I still want to do on stream, because I have a lot of this stuff I want to do probably off stream, but I want to look at the launch task right now, because there are some things that I probably need help with from just random people in chat. So make a public bug tracker. This is one of the things I've been debating on. Last time around in Checkpoint 3, I launched the game and people had a bunch of little issues that they encountered. And they said it'd be nice to know if these issues exist already. Well, the only real way to do that is to start tracking some issues in a public tracker and then some issues in a private tracker. Anytime you have two trackers, I think it's a little bit weird. But I think for the sake of players, it might be good. And the simplest possible way you could do this is just make a public GitHub and call it something like Scala Seller issues and just say in the README, just like click here to view open issues and that's it. And maybe some like, here's how you file things. Should I do this? Should I make a public GitHub? Do this for tomorrow? Each time we ask for feedback, I think the amount decreased. Let me see if I can verify that. Oh my God, stupid Scala Seller Google form. Gotta open this in a different way. Hang on a second, let me see. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so checkpoint 1, I got 47 responses. Checkpoint 2, I got 38 responses. And then checkpoint 3, I got 28. Also, I should close the checkpoint 3 feedback, huh? There we go. I think Discord handles this well enough. Just directing people to file bugs on the Discord is probably good enough. Yeah. Do we have a channel for bugs? We do, right? bug reports. Yeah, we do. Yeah, okay, then let's leave that as is for now. Okay. So I'm just going to write update we determined that the Discord is probably fine for now. People can post issues there as long as we're not getting tons of feedback. Direct people to not crowd it with messages. You can check. Maybe a known issue. Yeah, if anything, make a known issues channel or pinned message. Yeah, I think just doing this would be good. I don't think that we need to, like, I want it to be as simple as possible for people to report issues. So where is this? So just posting in bug reports, I think, should be fine. And then it should be on us or me to collect up that feedback and do something about it. So, okay, I'm fine with this for now. So let's put this into like a section called tasks I'm not doing. Cancel tasks. Yeah. You might say, why not just delete it? And part of the reason why is because I want to use this as the foundation for the next release that we do. So maybe it's canceled for now, but maybe by the time we launch a beta or something, we want a public bug tracker. All right, update the itch.io page. This should be kind of interesting because I have not done this in a while. Ski updated the screenshots. So those reflect the current game. But now let's update the content itself. Edit game. All right, so it's going to say version 0.4, although we need to prevent downloads, I guess. Anyone can view the page. I guess we make it restricted. Yeah. Wait. No, wasn't there like a public but hide it from search? Configure. Unlisted in search. There we go. And disable new downloads. Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's what we want. For our test, we'd archive the old bug reports for each test. We do that as well. Yeah. All right, let's play it by ear. I think our plan for right now is pretty good. Okay, so note the 0.4 is launching on November 22nd at about 10 a.m. Pacific time. Before then, this game cannot be downloaded so that you're not playing a 2-month-old version. Yeah. All right, I got to write a lot of like launch day specific things we're gonna have to do, which is, where is it? Where's upload the builds to itch? Not there it is. Yeah. Last minute stuff. Remove the advisory on the itch page about not being able to download the game. And then the bit about making it public, I don't think that's very important because I'm going to eventually share the links. And if it's not public, then people are going to be like, I can't download this. So shouldn't be an issue. Although I should write it down. Why not? Make sure the game shows up in search again. All right. What else? What else? What else? What else? All right. This is an early alpha of Skeleseller with only about an hour of gameplay. I actually have no idea how much gameplay there is now, but I think it's still about an hour. So I'm just going to keep it there. How to play, you can use a mouse for everything. Hire adventurers, send them to battle, collect loot. Loot will be automatically sold by you and the adventurers. Use money to upgrade the town of your adventurers. Sounds good. WSD, P opens player-wide skill tree. T opens skill tree. C is going to be open the town hall. Town perks. Open the town hall tree after you've built the town hall. Please provide your feedback here. Okay, we need a new survey. Played for over an hour yesterday. I wasn't near the end. Say it's at least 2 hours now. Okay. Probably about 90 to 120 minutes of gameplay. Are there any other keys in the game? I think that's pretty much it. Okay, now for new version history. Oh boy. So November 22nd, 2024, checkpoint number 4 uploaded. Changes since checkpoint number 3. So we're just going to delete all of these. Oh, that's right here. Specific patch notes removed since they cluttered this page. Okay, well, I started writing patch notes, so this shouldn't take so long, I hope. They're all right here. So I'm going to keep this open on my other monitor while I write it down in this. And how did we write the last ones? Just as a bulleted list? Past tense? Okay. All right, what do we do? What do we do? All right, made the warehouse worthwhile. Used to be called the storeroom. Items you get from battles now go directly to the warehouse. If there's space, can we make another indented list? Yeah. Item displays, item holders are created at the bottom of the warehouse, so your workers don't have to travel as far, and you unlock several item holders at once rather than one at a time. Okay, added the vault. This contains item holders that only you can manage, not workers. Added the enchanter. This allows you to disenchant items for buffs intended to be used in conjunction with the enchanter. All right, added a title screen. Revamped adventurer skills. Each class now has 7 skills, up from 4, that you can put points into. Skills only unlock after spending a certain number of points. You get fewer skill points, 6 instead of, I think it was 9. As a result, skills are more impactful. E.g., a skill might be plus 25%. Let's just take a specific example. I think the rogue. Set this to 2x. Rogue gets a, yeah, plus 12.5% crit instead of plus whatever it was before, 5%. There are 2 more things that just came to mind when I did the first potion quest. I'm pretty sure the text said unlock an additional spot to sell items. It unlocked multiple new item stands, not just one. Nice QOL item would be if your skeletons or adventurers would drop lower priced items to pick up higher value items if there's no room for the low value ones. Yeah, okay, so the first one, we're gonna revamp quests to the point where I think I'm just not gonna even change that. I should probably file a bug though anyway. I'll write this down. The second one, I don't actually consider to be a problem because now you can take things out of shops if you want to. So if let's say, let's not have this run in turbo speed. Let's say there's a potion that's in here and you're like, ah, it's 5 gold, but I have a 100 gold potion. You could just take this out of here and just trash it or put it into your warehouse or something. So that's kind of the mitigation for that. Hey, Blue Beast. Just want to say hi. I was gifted a sub a few days ago and figured I'd stop by. Your game looks cool. Oh, yeah, thanks. I saw you followed, I think today or yesterday, actually. Yeah. And yeah, the sub gift was, I think, from who cares underscore YouTube. But it was cool that you dropped by after seeing it. And yeah, the game should launch tomorrow in version 0.4. So not a full launch, but what you see here will be playable tomorrow. So if you want to try it out, please do. And also, please make sure to click these 2 buttons in the game when you finally get access to the game. Well, I guess you could do the first one right now by wish listing it. I'm just writing some patch notes so that people who did play the last one know what changed, although they might not care. Skills can now add active abilities. Can you press Command I? You can. Okay. I want to italicize some other things. The bottom of your warehouse. Only you can manage. Yeah. The mage can unlock Ice Blast. And the archer can unlock Quick Shot. Being a sub, so I can get notified when you go live. Oh, it's crows. Gotcha. Yeah, cool. Cool. Guess that makes sense how to fix number 2, though if you don't have the warehouse space nor store space, then your skeleton can be holding a blue potion forever instead of picking up armor. Also, the number of times that a customer wanted boots, but a different customer would buy them before the tipping customer could was funny. Yeah, how do you feel about what if you could drag the desired item onto the customer? Because I think that could be kind of a cool way of satisfying that. And I was thinking too, if you started dragging an item that a customer wants, that they could slow down to make them an easier target to hit, because eventually they could just be kind of flying all over the place. Okay, cool. So I think that's good. Added elite monsters. This is the main way of putting challenging fights into the game. Also a way of gating progress. There are only 2 elite monsters right now. But there should be about 7 by the time the game is launched. Or maybe 6, I don't remember. I'm gonna just say 6. Change how progression works. You used to be able to train adventurers to level 10 as long as you had the money. Now the max rank is 2 and goes up by 1 for each elite monster that you beat. Note that for v0.4 specifically, the second elite monster bumps it to 7 immediately, so you can test things out and have fun. Okay, added a bunch, or like revamped the UI styling, added several game settings, added the town hall. This contains upgrades for customers. These upgrades cost money rather than skill points and are unlocked forever. Changed customer behavior. They no longer zip all over the place, buying every single item in sight. They now walk more slowly, idle occasionally, and sometimes want specific items for which they're willing to pay more. Added sound effects. These don't exist for everything just yet. If battle sounds are annoying, click show all sound controls in the settings menu and turn them down specifically. Yeah, I think it's pretty much everything, but is there anything I forgot that went into this? It's going to be so hard for me to remember two. Oh, you know what we could do? We could just launch the old version and then just see what changed, I guess. Yeah, checkpoint 3. I didn't mention the slime. Oh, yeah, you're right. And the garbage slime. I'm gonna, oh, music. Whoa, this looks so different. Oh my God. Okay, this is gonna be a blast from the past. I'm actually looking forward to this. Added the garbage slime. This is a way for you to for you to scrap items that you don't want for 10% of their normal value. All right, I think that's everything. I'm gonna just save this for right now. Yeah, let's look at the old game. I'm purposely I'm gonna write this down because I'm gonna forget otherwise. Make a new survey. Look through the old game to see if we missed any patch notes. Oh yeah, you can now drag items out of the shops. I don't think I'm gonna write that down though. All right, I'm gonna try to speed through some of this stuff because we can only go so much so fast. Did I mention the enchanter? Yeah, that's been mentioned. Oh, sorry, thank you. I think that makes that'd be nice. Or the customer of the quest would just stand still around the store that would sell it eventually. Yeah, that's a good point. Let me make sure I'm advancing this. Oh wow, yeah, the shop is over here. The town is now laid out a little bit differently. Okay, so desired items. Alternatively, the customer. Spurman, thanks for the resub. Customer should just hang out near the store that will sell the item. Yeah. And hey, Caleb. How are you both doing? I'm doing really well. I am happy to be back. I did not have power. Why is this frozen? I think this is broken. I think I did something out of order somehow, but I don't know how. I guess we changed the tip system too. Yeah, I can't move the camera at all. Huh. Maybe if I start another battle? I don't think this is going to help at all. Oh, that less than 81 days. Can't imagine what the current game looks like. So to be clear, that's 81 like stream days. I still worked on it outside of the stream days, and I'm not the only person working on it. And also how the game looks now is similar. So this is what our last checkpoint was 2 months ago. So after 2 months, it now looks, I mean, still pretty similar. It's like, here's the shop we were just kind of looking at. But the battles look a little bit different. There are sound effects. A lot of the UI looks very different. So for example, here's the skill tree in the old version. We just had 4 skills and there were no icons. And now here's the skill tree in the new version. You have 7 skills. There are icons. There are also dependencies. Bit busy with IRL stuff. What's keeping you the most busy? Job stuff? Or is there anything else going on? Yeah, so I unfortunately locked the camera, and I could probably try saving and loading, but saving and loading broke stuff in the past, and it's probably going to break stuff again here. I don't think there's too much to look at here, so I'm going to just kind of leave it at that. Yeah, we probably wrote down the biggest stuff. And other things are going to be obvious enough and aren't interesting in patch notes. In fact, I'm not even sure if we wrote only interesting stuff. Let's click view page and see. Made the warehouse worthwhile. Enchanter, Vault, title screen, revamped skills, add elite monsters, change the progression worked. Yeah. Save and load networks. I was tempted to write that, but then I thought there are still some issues. Being everything, you have a team that, oh yeah. There's more people working on this. Take a look at this. So there are 4 other people working on it, and then there are some assets that we used. So for example, no one on the team directly made sound effects. We just bought an asset pack. We also haven't incorporated all the sound effects. Oh, I did make some changes, by the way, because people were talking about how annoying it was to hear the same sound over and over. If I turn this up, you'll be able to hear battle sounds now. I randomized the rogue's pitch of the attack a little bit more than it was, and I made it attenuate even faster. So any sound you hear for more than like 6-7 times in a row will get noticeably quieter. It's quite the patch notes. I know, it's been crazy. Quite liked hearing the battle sounds over and over again. Really? Nice. Okay. Yeah, I think it gets to be a little bit much toward the end of the game. Is that not working? Oh, I already have everything. Yeah, toward the end of the game when you've got like 3 characters over here and 3 characters over here. And it's just non-stop sound effects. And they're not leveled all that well relative to each other. But yeah, some of the sound effects I added in I think are really nice, like hiring an adventurer. Yeah. Yeah, the pitch is being changed. You can only change it so much before it sounds like something totally different. Like if you think about it, if you're stepping on sand, there is going to be some mild pitch shift. But now imagine if you made it like 4 octaves higher, you'd be like, that doesn't sound like I'm stepping on sand anymore. So yeah, there's a range that we apply it to, but that range can only go so large before it just sounds like it's the wrong sound. Made it feel like nice progression though. Yeah. And I guess if it gets annoying, you can just turn it down. I wonder if we should have a reset to default or something for that. But okay, so patch notes have been written. Let's move on to the next thing. The next thing is make a new survey. I don't think we missed any patch notes. How do we do this? We got to go find the old survey. Give me a sec. New form. Okay, here's our new form. Now let me pull up the old form and just start copy pasting stuff. Checkpoint 4. Cool. I still think this is a pretty good first question to ask, but I want them to be in the same order they were in the first time. Agree, neutral, strongly disagree. Why did that not work? What is going on right now? Oh, it's at the top. I didn't see that. I'm being a dummy. Hey, Pretzel. Yep, nuclear generator option, that one. All right, so that's I had fun playing the game. This one I still think is a very important question that we're going to add, which is, did you play any previous checkpoint of Skeleseller? This is just add yes and no. How did you find out about the game? I also think that is very important to continue having. And that is just going to be this or other. And then the final question is a paragraph question. Okay, so those are questions we need to have. Questions we probably should have, I have written down somewhere. Yeah, they should be here. Add a question to the effect of, if there were just more content and polish between now and release, would you buy this game and how much would you pay? I think this is probably a good thing to have. Add a question about recent game design discussion around losing. I don't want to do this. I don't think I want to do this yet either. Ask for Twitch or Discord name, but make it optional. Knows about providing an email address is silly and I don't ever use them. Yeah, let's change that. Please consider providing your Twitch or Discord name in case we have follow-up questions. Yeah, that makes it more succinct too. Yeah, I think I want a question like this. Where's the grabber thing? I can't see it because of dark mode, but it's over here somewhere. I don't know. I'll just turn this off. Oh, it's at the top. I wasn't clicking in the right spot. Turn it back on. Okay, so how much would you pay for this game? There'd be I wouldn't pay because I didn't like it, and I wouldn't pay even though I liked it. I didn't like it, and I wouldn't pay even though I liked it. And then a whole bunch of options like less than $5, $5 to $10, greater than $10. That's it. That's all I care about. And then these should go at the bottom. Well, should probably start at the highest ones and then go down to nothing. Would you pay $20 extra to get 7 days earlier access? It'd be amazing if it worked that way. I'm thinking of pricing this around $10, which means that this probably is not all that helpful. Maybe I need another range here. Yeah, maybe like a 10 to 15. And then a greater than 15. I don't know who would say that. Yeah, there. Note, it would be a one-time purchase with no microtransactions, but possibly with eventual DLC. That might change people's opinions. Price higher, give discounts often. Yeah, I got to do some actual research closer to launch, but I think this is going to be a good thing to ask people ahead of time because I am curious. I wouldn't pay even though I liked it. You want to see more content first, or you just didn't like it enough. No, I'll just say consider explaining this answer below. Longtime viewer, I'm a bit biased to paying more than maybe if this was a random game. And that's why this is a question. Because you're going to answer yes to the, or well, you're going to answer through Adam to this question. And then I can see, oh, the people who answered that they found out about the game through me are also voting higher on these answers. But the people who are just totally random and chose that, oh, I stumbled on this game on itch are picking $5, something like that. Asking how much they spent on similar games. I don't think I'm going to do that because I asked for a lot of information in past surveys and I didn't end up using it all that well. Or at all, maybe? Like, what genres of game do you like? What's the most similar game to Skeleseller? It just didn't impact a lot. The thing that impacted the most is this, for sure. The long-form feedback. We got so much good feedback. I'm really looking forward to reading what we get this time around. If the game wasn't by me, you'd pay like 8 to 10. Oh, you're saying you'd pay regardless. Oh, just knowing that people would pay for the game is good. Because what I'm concerned about is that people are like, yeah, it was a free game. So yeah, I had fun. But no, I wouldn't pay for it. That could be problematic. We checked out on YouTube videos by Chris Zukowski. Very informative. I might have seen one of these videos because someone else recommended something. Let me just take a look. Because if it's the one I'm thinking of, there was one where the music volume was way too high for the video and like everybody commented on it. Was it this person? I don't even, did they even have a YouTube channel? They're on like 10 different YouTube channels. Huh. Well, anyway, if there's a specific video you think I should watch, Sarah, please do send it over. You can link it. You're better have too much data than realize you're missing some. I think that's generally good, but the thing you need to consider that's kind of counter to this is people will only answer so many questions before bailing out. Like if you open up a form that looked like it had 40 questions, you might not even answer any of them. So I want to be very careful about being respectful for people's time. And answering something like this, I think this is a pretty easy one to answer. Did you have fun? Did you not have fun? This is just a factual question. Had you played the game before? Again, factual question. And then we start getting into some that actually will make you think a little bit. And then that's it. I think we end the survey. So I think 5 questions is probably good enough. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with this. Now I need to get the link to this, which I think if I click send, it's going to show you something personal here. No. What? How did I do this in the URL opener thing? Did I use the shorten link? No, I did not. I guess there's no real problem with it though. All right, I'm going to paste this in here so I don't forget. And then can I preview this? Yeah, I can. All right, so here's what it's going to look like. I had fun playing the game. Obviously, you'd click strongly agree. I play a previous checkpoint. Click whatever you want, right? How'd you find out about this? Click other. On the TV. I'd pay a ton of money. Any other clarifications? So yeah, I'd say the thing in here and then I click submit. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, pretty straightforward. How to try the game tomorrow. So tomorrow you'll go to, yeah, what Ski Dog just linked in, which is, I'll write this down, Saravok. And thank you for sharing. You are Sharavok now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so tomorrow you'll go to the itch page and you should just see some download links. It says the game's currently unavailable because I took it offline for today. I don't want people playing a 2-month-old version, which is why I took it offline. But tomorrow at, right now it's 12:52 for me. So probably 10 a.m. my time, which means that 21 hours from now is probably going to be the launch. So assuming nothing really goes wrong. I got to spend a whole bunch of time making the game better today still. Will there be 2 streams tomorrow? Almost certainly not. No. I'm probably just going to do a morning stream. I am hoping, I have a friend with a PS5 and the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth episode 2 or whatever they call it. I don't even know what the name is. And I loved the first one, and I'm hoping that this friend can let me borrow the game tomorrow and that after the morning stream, I can just relax. I plan on doing nothing for like 2 straight days, hopefully. And I kind of want to take things a little bit easier next week too. I think next week, is that when mentoring picks up again? It might be another week. No, it's another week. Yeah. Yeah, so tomorrow's going to be launch, collecting feedback, just generally kind of celebrating. It's going to be a very exciting time. I hope people like the game. All right, so this is good. Oh, is it clear from the question? How much would you pay for this right now versus how much would you pay for it? Where'd the survey go? Did I close it? I think I closed it. All right, give me a sec. Never tried Bevy? Oh, sorry, I missed this question. And I know that was 11 minutes ago now. All right, I'll type it, even though I don't know if you're still there, Vanilla Custard, and I'm very sorry for missing that. I was focused on the survey and had a different browser tab covering YouTube. But no, I haven't tried it. It's the Godot with an ECS built in, right? All right, how much would you pay for this game? I'll say like based on what you've seen so far. This still isn't clear, right? I don't want to know how much would you pay for the version you just played. Maybe like assuming we added more content, but didn't more content and polish, but didn't substantially alter the core game. how much would you pay for Skeleseller? Note, it would be a one-time purchase with no microtransactions. Yeah. I think that's a little bit clearer. Someone wants to say, hey, Jamumu, I haven't seen you in a long time. What's been up? They select 5 to 10 or 10 to 15. Yeah, I know. I always do this. Yeah. 5 to 9, 10 to 15. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. I guess it'd make this easier. Why is it? It's like Command Zing two things. Yeah, so now if you would pay $9.50, it's not technically contained in one of these. But whatever. I don't, yeah, whatever. What's your work balance like? Do you usually not just relax during the weeks for a certain period and then after X objective is done, you take a few days off or a week off? The work balance is normally pretty good, and it's been one of my tenets for a long time now. Oh yeah, greater than or equal to 15. Yeah, it's technically true. There, thank you. I appreciate it, Dexter. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, tenets. Yeah, it's been on my tenets for a long time to be sustainable about this, and I have felt that I could stretch a little bit more, so I've been putting in more time. But all of this was knowing that launch is coming up, and then once launch is coming up, I'm gonna sort of check out for a bit. Also, post-launch, we're not gonna just go right back into code. I really hope. I hope we're gonna do some other things like music, making the trailer, focusing on some polished stuff. We got the usual like prioritization and some amount of coding. But yeah, I want to do another couple music streams and everything. I worked on the music a little bit more and I came up with some ideas that I liked. I haven't fleshed them out yet. How many hours do you spend on average in a week? Probably 40. I don't know. Yeah. Can you program Scooby-Doo? Yep, I can. I actually got a Scooby-Doo degree, so I am qualified to code Scooby-Doo games. You doing the art and music yourself? Not the art. I am very, very bad at art. No one would ever want to play a game that I made the art for, but I am doing the music. Unfortunately, and this is one of the things I wanted to have ready for tomorrow, but it's just not possible at this point. I wanted there to be a second music track. So there's only one and there's like 2 hours of gameplay. So at some point you're probably going to mute the music. But if I had two music tracks, I think that would make the 2 hours feel a lot smoother when they go by. Be picky about it if you want reviews as it goes. You mean reviewing the trailer? Because I will definitely need feedback on the trailer. Okay, so I think we're good on the survey front. Let me put this over here. Yeah. Yeah, I should probably write that down. We should probably just storyboard it at first. Make sure to get everything reviewed at each stage. You storyboard the trailer first and ask Ski for honest feedback. Then maybe do a very rough draft and ask for feedback. Then start polishing. Yeah. What do you do? A static background noise with maybe every once in a while some elements of the main theme playing? The problem is we're launching in like less than 21 hours and I already have probably like 3 more hours of work. So I think anything to do with adding a second music track or even just some random notes is probably just asking too much. And for the final game, we'll have lots of different tracks. So it's just something I would have loved to have gotten it done and I just didn't. Like I said, I made some progress if I open this up. What is this? Huh. This. Oh, I started trying to work on some EQ for this based on what Fly Mandy had said. Okay, so I'm going to play a snippet of this, just the general chord progression that I had here. How did this go? Something like... Oh, no. And I was thinking of doing something very similar. Anyway, chord progression I think sounds nice. I know this is totally out of context, but that's what I'm kind of working on over here. This is very quiet, I realize. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna work on that some more. I've got kind of the rest of the track already sort of figured out. So I'll put some more time into that. We'll probably do that on stream at some point. How's it going? Stream on Thursday? Yeah, stream on Thursday because I lost power yesterday, as did a lot of Western Washington. In fact, let's take a look at the outage map and see what it's currently at. Number of customers without power, 257,000. Yeah. So for those who didn't hear, there was a bomb cyclone that hit Seattle. Although it doesn't really look like it hit Seattle, does it? It looks like it hit east of Seattle. So there's all this red outage on the map. And yeah, there's like 1,100 outages. A ton of customers are affected. We didn't have power for probably like 26 hours. It wasn't too bad. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I'm hoping I can get a few different tracks in. And I think we'll also need to do a boss theme. And maybe what I was thinking of is in the game, there are probably going to be like 6 bosses. And maybe whenever you do your first fight, or whenever you start a boss fight, if the boss music hasn't played in the last 30 minutes, switch to it. So that way, ideally, you're hearing it only when you're fighting a new boss. But I'm not even sure if that's a good idea because people typically expect there to be different, like, regular boss music from final boss music. I do not want to make like 10 tracks for the game. Oh, I think it's just making up numbers, Kevin. Because I was refreshing at like 10-minute intervals yesterday and taking pictures, and it was all over the place. And I'm like, there's no way they just fixed 20,000 customers and then lost it for 50,000, and then yeah. Okay, so what else can we accomplish? Because I need to go eat food pretty soon. I don't want these questions. Oh, this is done. Why did the checkbox color change? Weren't these always pink? How do I test this? I guess try closing a dialog here. No, it's still pink. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it was always blue. I don't think we need these questions, so I'm just going to cross these off. Okay, update the page. I think we did that. I'll probably take a look again. We did this for sure. Last minute stuff, remove the advisory. Yep. Update this text and this text. What is this? What will change between the current playable build and the final? Okay, we gotta update this. Uploaded on November 22nd. I don't recommend trying the game right now. Blah, blah, blah. If you play, please provide feedback. Next build, I'm targeting that. Cool. What will change between this and launch? More of everything. Yeah, neat. We're cutting down the list of stuff. For the final game, there'll be more of everything. There'll be an intro, etc., etc. Okay, cool. $10, story, all that stuff's fine. So I think we've updated both of these already. There was this one, which I definitely just did, and this one, which I definitely just did. Cool. Done and done. Add a task to record another vlog. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, still lots and lots of work. Don't mention the cost if you'll ask it in the feedback survey. Yeah, but that's only for people who end up going through this document, which are probably people who watch the stream, which are probably people who would have answered yes to they found the stream through me or found the game through me. At some point, the way that I handle these launches is I typically do a user research study with a real life friend. And that's usually about like 45 minutes. And I get a lot of targeted feedback from them. And then I end up releasing the checkpoint. And then we go through all the feedback. I'll do some version of this on stream. I don't want to focus too much on the easy roll up questions. Can't even show this. Anyway, this stuff like, did I have fun? All right, so I think we're in pretty good shape. There's still some things I want to do for tomorrow. By the way, I got a super cool Ice Blast graphic from Quickie Joe. Take a look at this. Love it. So I want to add this to the game, but if this doesn't make it in by tomorrow, it would be okay. I'd like to do it because I asked for it. And yeah, we got some other little remaining things to do. But in general, things are going well. I think I'm going to get going then. I've been streaming for over 4 hours and I only took like 2 breaks. So I don't plan on streaming in the afternoon. I normally don't stream at all on Thursday, but I chose to today because I couldn't yesterday. Whoa. Redbeard is playing Magic the Gathering. I'm going to rate him. I don't know what he's doing online in the middle of the day. Okay. All right. So a couple things I want to leave people with chat in, chat with is the wish list button. If you have not already clicked this, that would be super helpful. I think we were at like 270 last time I checked. And then if you want to join Discord, that'd be great. If you plan on playing the game tomorrow, it's a good idea to join the Skeleseller one to give some feedback. So if you want to join that now, that's great. If not, don't worry about it. Totally fine. And let's go say hi to Redbeard. And then I'm getting lunch and doing some more coding work. I hope to see you all tomorrow. It's going to be a very exciting day. But if not, have a good weekend. And thanks for dropping in today. Ciao.